A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
To do a simple thing like washing your hair and it's interruption. Oh, wait a minute, hold your horses. Can't you see I'm coming as fast as I can? Hello, who is it? Oh, well, why didn't you say it was you, Mama? What do you think I was doing? I'm washing my hair. Look, all right, Mama, but I'm standing here dribbling all over the place. I never knew going to the opera could be so complicated. What? Sure, I'm going to use my gold evening bag. Of course, I know where it is. Oh, I never brought it over from your place when we moved. Well, what do you know? You sure? Now, don't be fresh, Mama. And you're sure you're passing this way and you won't mind? Thanks, Mama. You're an angel. Goodbye. Oh, I'm coming. No rest for the wicked.
Mrs. Laughton, I disturbed you, no?
Bertie, you disturbed me, yes.
Come in. You're washing your hair, yes?
I'm washing my hair, no. I'm trying to wash my hair.
I fixed the hem of your dress and pressed it nice.
Thanks.
Also the little piece around the shoulder you didn't see.
Oh, Bertha, thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. When I do a hem, it just doesn't do.
You go on and finish washing your hair. I hang your dress up.
Thanks so much.
So beautiful tonight at the opera. They are playing Tristan. Such a beautiful opera.
I look like a wet bird dog if I don't get my hair done. You and Fritz like the opera?
Fritz and I, we love the opera. In the old country we used to go. Here we've been only twice. I can do nothing more for you, Mrs. Norton.
Nothing, Bertha. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Goodbye, Mrs. Norton.
Goodbye. Oh, get off from under my feet, you kitten. You're the nosiest little kitten I ever saw in my life. Now the dumb waiter. Bertha! Oh, she must have gone. Oh, why don't people who ring bells give a person time to answer them? What is it?
Did your dumbwaiter bell ring, Mrs. Norton?
Yes, Fritz, it did.
That's good. The bells have been out of order. I've been repairing them.
Oh, that's not good. There haven't been any bells out of order in my apartment.
What's that, Mrs. Norton?
Nothing, Fritz. I just said thank you. Oh, this can't keep on happening to me. It's a conspiracy. Wait a minute. Hold your horses, whoever you are. You be quiet, too, kitten. Oh, did I step on you, Shakespeare? Well, you will get under my feet. Hey, listen, now, you're not killed. I hardly touched you, sissy. I am coming. Who is it?
It's me. Who do you think it is?
Oh, it could be anybody. You would have to say jokes at a time like this.
At a time like what? You've got suds in your hair.
I've got suds in my hair.
You look like a wet spaniel.
I am a mad spaniel.
What are you doing? Washing your hair?
Oh, you see me with my head full of suds and you ask me what I'm doing. I just retrieved a duck or whatever it is a spaniel retrieves. Yes, I was washing my hair or trying to.
That's what it looked like. But you washed your hair night before last, remember?
I remember, but we're going to the opera tonight, so I washed my hair this afternoon, or rather tried to. Hello, darling.
Hey, you're getting me soused. You ought to dry yourself before you go around kissing people.
I'm not going around kissing people. I'm very particular about the people I kiss.
Apparently, you save your nautical displays for me.
Yep, come on in. I'll let you pour water over my head and rinse the back of my neck.
Well, that's a privilege.
You can answer the doorbell, too. Say, why'd you ring to get in?
For the same reason anybody rings a bell, to get in.
But you have a key.
Sure, I have a key, only I didn't have it with me.
Oh, careless. Now pour, and pour carefully so it doesn't go down my neck now.
What do I pour it with?
With the glass. Oh, that's hot.
My mistake, sorry.
Oh, that's cold.
Maybe I'm not doing this to your satisfaction.
Oh, no.
Say, do you have a complex or something about washing your hair?
What?
Every time anything important happens to you, you wash your hair.
Of course.
But you washed your hair night before last.
But this is tonight. We're going to the opera tonight.
Don't most women go to beauty parlors?
Not me. It takes hours, and I don't like sitting under a dryer either. Ah, now you answer it. Who is it?
I don't know. I haven't got there yet. Hello. Come on in.
Who is it?
Just an old friend of mine.
Oh, you, Mama.
You look like a drowned rat.
My husband was more complimentary. He called me a wet spaniel. Did you bring my evening bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, what would I do without you?
You'd do without your evening bag.
What's that box on the table? Did you bring that too?
I did not.
David, you bring me something?
Why would you assume it was for you? Hey, leave my ankle alone, you deluded tiger.
You've done nothing to do with me. I just stepped on his tail. This box is for me, isn't it? I didn't see you bring it home.
Your eyes were full of suds.
Take a towel and dry the back of my head.
Be a pleasure. Don't shake. I'll take my shower later.
What is it, candy?
Doesn't look like candy to me.
Isn't perfume either. Perfume's heavy.
How can I dry your hair if you don't stand still?
The string is Oh, no, it isn't. It's orchids.
Singular, not plural. One orchid.
What a smell, Mama.
Orchids are not for smell.
Exactly, they're for show.
It was darling of you, darling. The orchids.
You don't like it?
It's beautiful, really. It's like an overgrown iris.
You don't sound very pleased.
David, orchids are my least favorite flowers. Shouldn't have said that.
You most certainly shouldn't.
I can't believe my ears.
Can I help it if I don't like orchids? Anyway, it isn't the gift, it's the spirit behind it. And I love the spirit behind the orchid.
You don't like orchids. Mm-hmm. Darling, you're marvelous.
I am?
Mm-hmm. I'm the luckiest man in the world. Anyway, you're very lucky that I married you.
Why?
I can think of a number of reasons.
Because as a gold digger, you would starve to death. You don't like orchids or big diamonds.
Oh,
or...
I do all right. I got to me, remember? That was enough to satisfy the gold digger in me for a lifetime.
Thank you, Isolde.
It's all right.
And now that your hair is dry, you have a date with Tristan to go to the opera.
How nice.
Pin on your orchid, and we'll go out to dinner. I reserved a table. Will you join us, Mother?
I reserved a table, too. We go out to dinner right here. Mommy, you're going to stay and eat with us, too.
I'm going to...
Didn't Roger give you the message? When I got back to the office, he said he had.
I am going to...
Quiet, Mama. Yes, Roger told me.
Well, then?
Then I got to figuring.
Figuring what?
Will you two idiots let me get a word in edgewise?
Will we, David?
I don't know.
If you think I can be railroaded into staying...
Now, don't talk so much, Mama. Turn the light in the oven, Mama. Say, where were you going before we asked you to dinner?
To a movie.
A movie? All alone, you mean? Since when? Without your supper, too.
I'm going to eat a bite later. Look, I am quite competent to run my own life.
A lonely movie, all by yourself. What's playing?
I really didn't notice. Doesn't matter. There's a new Donald Duck.
A new Donald Duck?
What's wrong with Donald Duck, may I ask?
Oh, nothing at all.
Nothing at all. He's a very remarkable duck.
Very remarkable duck, yet. Mama, Aunt Louisa is a very cultured woman, isn't she?
Quite, but I don't see the connection. You mean she would like Donald Duck? No, I don't think so.
No, I guess not. But she likes the opera and things like that, doesn't she?
She has season tickets for the Philharmonic.
Mm-hmm. You like the opera, too, don't you, Mama?
I'm beginning to smell a rat in the woodpile.
You know, we could be sporting and toss for it. I'll toss you. You call, Claudia.
Heads we go, tails we don't.
In view of my full dress suit hanging in the other room, tails we go would be more appropriate.
All right, tails we go.
Just hold on a minute before you do so much tossing.
Here you go.
Oh, it's tails, David.
Virtue survives.
Best 2 out of 3.
All right, do it again. Heads. Well, that's settled.
Keep your bargain. You said 2 out of 3.
You don't have to be stuffy about it.
Oh, fell on the floor.
Doesn't count. Oh, yes, it does. It's heads. Isn't that wonderful? Mom and Aunt Louisa had such a wonderful time.
I'm sorry to disappoint you. Aunt Louisa is attending a meeting about something or other, and Mama is going to the movies, and you are going to the opera.
Well, looks like we're stuck all right.
Yeah.
How long is Donald Duck playing around the corner?
Program changes tomorrow. Oh, this is positively unfair. It's a coercion. It's force. It's a kind of economic slavery. Julie and Hartley don't want to go to the opera, so we have to.
They didn't beg you to take the tickets.
But that was before Donald Duck. David.
What?
Listen, have you got a big soul? And how would you want to do something wonderful for 2 wonderful people?
Yes, darling, I would love to do something wonderful for 2 wonderful people.
Mrs. Norton. Mr. Norton, good evening. Oh, and Mrs. Brown.
Sure, you know, Mama.
Good evening, Bertha.
Bertha, are you and Fritz busy this evening?
Is there something you wanted us for?
What we were planning to do, we could do some other time.
No, if you were planning something, you go ahead.
Oh, no. It's more important we help you if you need us for something. We were planning no more than to sit and listen to the opera over the radio.
The opera? That's wonderful. How would you and Bertha like to see the opera instead of hearing it?
Operas you hear, not see.
No, I mean go to the opera. Mr. Norton and I have tickets and we just can't use them.
Oh, that's too bad. Fritz, just think they won't be able to go to the opera. Is it some sickness? I hope not.
No, Bertha, just a very old friend who's in town, and he's going away tomorrow. He may never come back.
It may not be so bad as all that. Maybe his plans change and he comes back.
He might not, and we can't risk the chance.
But you could exchange the tickets for some other night.
Oh, we thought of that, but it's too late.
And really, they shouldn't go to waste.
We'd like to think of you and Fritz enjoying them.
Well, if it must be...
Fritz, you sound like a funeral. Oh, it's wonderful.
Then hurry and dress. Here's the ticket.
Oh, Fritz has dressed you from Lisa's wedding, and I have a purple dress. Oh, we will tell you all about it tomorrow.
David, you have married a very devious and willful woman.
It would seem that I have.
I like that. Here I am thinking I'm a very unselfish person. Your Mama comes in looking pathetic and lonely. I give up going to a wonderful opera that I was just dying to go to. And David.
What?
You know, I wasted a perfectly good hair wash.
Oh, never mind. Donald Duck will appreciate it just as much as Tristan.
All story material used on this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. It doesn't take endless fussing to entertain well. Often the most casual hostess is the most successful. She keeps plenty of refreshing Coca-Cola on ice and knows when to suggest, have a Coke. With Coca-Cola, you offer the ease and friendliness that have made the pause that refreshes America's favorite moment. To be sure you have plenty of Coke on ice always, it's a good idea to get it by the case. Ask your grocer or service station attendant to put a case in your car next time you shop. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now, this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
funny program.
Sold American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Yes, sir.
Right you are. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. The better the tobacco, the better the cigarette. And remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. At markets now open in the South, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select the riper, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike.
Hello, everybody. This is Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move the clock back 10 minutes and see what happens before a radio program goes on the air. So now we take you backstage to Jack Benny's dressing room where Jack is relaxing.
I sure hate to wake the boss up, but the program goes on in 10 minutes. Just look at him lying there, sleeping like a baby. Yep, just like a baby. Maybe I ought to take his thumb out of his mouth again.
Now, Hetty, please. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Hetty. Stop it. Paulette, please, you're tickling my ear. Lana, stop kissing me. You too, Hetty. Hetty, stop.
Boss, wake up! You went to sleep to relax.
Huh? What? Oh, it's you, Rochester.
Yeah, and don't look so disappointed.
What?
You were talking in your sleep again.
Oh, yes. I dreamt that I was making a political speech.
That was a political speech?
Yes.
Well, with those people on your side, you'll even carry Maine and Vermont.
What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing, boss. You better hurry. You haven't got too much time before the broadcast.
Oh, the broadcast. Always the broadcast. Like a ghost that keeps haunting me week after week. Monday, I think of ideas. Tuesday, I meet with my writers. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we write. Saturday, I rehearse. Then on Sunday, I do my program. In a half hour, it's all over. And for what, I ask you? For what?
For a lousy $1 million.
No, Rochester, no. You have the wrong slant on life. Money isn't everything.
Boss, wake up!
I am awake. Gee whiz, look what time it is. I better hurry. Oh, darn it, I'm sorry I took that nap. Whenever I sleep, I toss and turn, get all rumpled up. How does my hair look?
Fine, boss, fine. You want to put it on now?
Yes, hold the mirror for me, please. Rochester, looks awful. It's sticking up all over. What happened to it?
Remember yesterday when you asked me to shampoo your hair?
Yes.
Well, the sideburns got caught in the wringer.
Wringer? You washed it in a washing machine? Rochester, that's the worst mistake you could make.
A worse one was putting starch in the water.
Starch?
You look so Nelson Eddies with those crisp curls.
Rochester, don't you ever put my hair in the washing machine. Told you time and again, I want you to lux it along with my undies.
Yes, sir.
Now, where's mine?
Jack, we'll be on the air in 6 minutes. You better hurry.
Oh, hello, Mary. I'll be right with you. Rochester, help me out with my jacket.
Yes, sir. There you are, boss.
Thanks. How does the jacket look on me, Mary? Does it drape too much around my shoulders?
I don't know. Where are your shoulders?
Mary, save those till we get on the air. And then save them again.
Oh, Jack, don't be so irritable. I was only kidding.
I'm sorry, Mary. Just that I've got 1,000 things on my mind. I'm trying to do a program. I haven't got a singer.
Well, what about John Charles Thomas?
I can't get him. He's on every week for Westinghouse. But I still haven't given up hopes of getting Frank Sinatra. What are you laughing at?
What a combination. You and Sinatra on the same program.
What's so funny about that?
Old blood and guts and no blood and bow tie.
Mary, don't pull that on the show. You'll get hit with a bobby sock.
Okay. Let's get going.
Wait a minute. Here, Rochester, I want you to spray a little perfume on me.
Yes, sir.
A little more.
Is that enough, boss?
Yes.
Now stand back while I sweep the dead flies out.
Flies? Stop exaggerating.
That one put up a struggle.
Yeah, now let's go. Rochester, I'll be back in about 35 minutes. While I'm gone, I want you to press the suit I wore down here and the tie, shine my other shoes, down my socks, and think up a few jokes for next week's program.
But, boss, I'm your valet. You got writers to think up jokes.
Don't be so selfish. They help you mow the lawn.
Yeah, that's right. And since we lost our lawnmower, that rider with the buck teeth and revolving head is a definite asset.
Yes, I wish I had more like him. Come on, Mary. Say, Mary, what was happening on stage when you left?
Oh, the usual thing. Don was helping Phil memorize his lines.
Gosh, isn't it awful the way Phil has to spend all week memorizing his part? I wish he'd learn to read. He can't even find his dressing room with his name on it.
Worse than that. I bumped into him twice this morning where he shouldn't have...
I know. Come on, let's get into the studio.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Hello, Don. We all ready to start?
Oh, I think so. But, Jack, I've been going through the script, and there's one line that you have in it that I'd like to change.
What is it?
It's here on page 12. Don't you think it would be better to say, Don Wilson reads commercial instead of blubber does plug?
Oh, John, it doesn't make any difference. That's just a stage direction.
Hiya, Jackson.
Oh, hello, Phil. How'd the orchestra rehearsal go?
Everything's all right, Jackson. Lawrence just put 4 strings on his violin.
4 more strings?
That makes 8 all told.
You mean he's playing a violin with 8 strings?
Well, yes, my other fiddle player was drafted. We got to make up for it somehow.
Well, that's ridiculous. A violin with 8 strings. You've seen my violin. It's only got 4 strings.
Well, you're cheap with everything.
Oh, goodness. Well, I'm sure of one thing, Phil. You'll never be another Stokowski or a Toscanini.
Whom?
Whom? Toscanini and Stokowski. They happen to be the world's most famous orchestra leaders.
Oh, they are, yes. Then how come Harry James holds the attendance record at the Palladium?
Well, I ought to have my head examined.
We want to hear in 30 seconds, everybody.
Thank you, Don. Now, look, Phil.
Just a minute, Jackson. I got to get my boys ready. All right, fellas, 30 seconds to go. Put away them cards, take the money off the bass drum, and stand it back up. And Frankie, put that away, too.
What?
I said put that away, too.
I can't find the Coke.
Oh, well, stick a mute in it or something. And hurry, because we...
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Is or Is You Ain't My Baby, played by Phil Harris, and his Death Takes a Holiday for Strings Orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in our new radio series, we bring you our thrilling, dramatic feature. Another episode in the exciting, adventurous career of that famous crime-busting, fearless master detective, Captain O'Benny.
John, help me pick Jack up.
Okay.
Are you all right, Jack?
Yes, thank you. That fearless, crime-busting master detective, Captain O'Benny. Now, Mary, you play the part of Mrs. H. Beacon Van Storage. You live in a big mansion. You live in a big mansion, have 4 mink coats, 6 yachts, and $80 million.
Gosh, Jack, how did I get so rich?
You sold your car to Muntz. Now, of course, I'm going to play the part of that fearless, crime-busting master detective, Captain O'Benny.
Oh, Jack, why do you always play those tough parts when you're such a coward? You're even afraid of the dark.
I'm not a coward, and I'm not afraid of the dark.
Go on, you've got a bodyguard with you all night long.
Mary, lots of people have bodyguards.
The least you could do is get twin beds.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
You fired the last guy because he had cold feet.
Mary, save that funny stuff for the sketch. Now, let's get on with it because we haven't got... Excuse me. Come in.
Hello. Remember me? I'm Hyman Peabody, the insurance salesman.
Oh, hello, Herman. I'm busy now.
I know, Mr. Benny, but I just dropped in to talk to you about that life insurance policy you took out last spring.
Why? I've been paying the premiums.
I know, but for an extra 15 cents a month, you get an added protection now.
An added protection?
Yeah, we pay you double if the planet Mars crashes into the Earth.
Oh, Herman, who thinks up those silly policies? If the planet Mars crashed into the Earth, everybody would be killed. The money wouldn't be any good to me.
Yeah, but at least you wouldn't feel like a sucker.
All right, Herman, all right. If it'll make you happy, I'll take it. Here's your 15 cents.
Thank you. And here, Mr. Benny, this goes with the Planet Mars policy.
What's that?
A telescope. If you see it coming, get out of the way.
Well, thank you, Herman, thank you. But you better go now. I'm upset enough as it is. I'm trying to do a program. I haven't got a singer or anything.
Well, gee, Mr. Benny, you don't have to look any further. I'm your man.
But, Herman.
The road to Mandalay.
Herman, please.
Where the plane fishing plane.
Herman, look.
And the dawn comes up like thunder. Boom.
Boom.
Out of China.
That's very good, Herman. That's fine. Look, now sit down, will you?
Maybe you'd like a novelty.
No, Herman. I don't want a novelty. Sit down.
I sing a song and imitate an electric organ at the same time.
Herman, please. Really, I haven't got time. Herman. People will think this is the Spike Jones program. Now, will you please sit down and let me get going with my show?
Yes, sir, and I'll hold your telescope.
Good. Now, let's see, where was I? Oh, yes, now, Mary, as I said before, you're the rich Mrs. H. Began Van Storage, and you murder your husband. Now, in the first scene...
Hey, Jack, am I going to be in your sketch, too?
Yes, Don, you're going to be the big fat corpse. Now, in the first scene...
Oh, gee, I never get anything to say. Every time you do a mystery sketch, I'm the corpse.
Well, it's your own fault, Don. Every time you have a couple of lines to say, you always make a commercial out of it. And I'm not taking any more chances.
But I have a wonderful idea for your mystery.
Some other time, Don. Now, Phil, get away from the window and give Herman back that telescope. What a guy. Now, Phil, you're going to play the part of my assistant, Sergeant O'Hara.
Okay, Jackson.
Now, in the first scene...
But, Jack, I really do have a wonderful idea for your sketch.
Okay, Don, what is it?
Well, I feel if you have a murder, you must have a motive. And in my idea, the motive is a diamond necklace.
Say, that's interesting.
You see, you're searching for the necklace, but you can't find it. You're on the right street, but you don't know which apartment house to go to. And I'm the only one who knows.
Gosh, what intrigue. Continue, Don. Continue.
Well, the house you're looking for is on the left-hand side of the street, in the middle of the block, the front apartment on top.
Left side, middle of block, front on top. I'll have to remember that.
Just think of left side, middle, front, top.
Left side, middle, front, top.
Yes, LSMFT.
I knew it! commercial all the time. You didn't fool me for a minute.
But, Jack, it's just a coincidence that LSMFT also stands for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Oh, sure, a coincidence.
Sure, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed.
Jack, why did you shoot Don?
I couldn't help it, sister. I'm free and easy on the draw. I'm sorry I shot you.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. Anything for a commercial.
Yeah, thanks. And just for that, instead of being the corpse in our sketch, you can be one of my assistants. Now, Mary, when the scene opens, we find you at your... Excuse me, Mary. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I understand that you're in the market for a singer.
Well, yes, I am. But right now, we're preparing...
My name is Nazaro, Cliff Nazaro.
Well, look, as long as you're here, I might as well talk to you. You're a singer?
Yes, sir.
You've sung professionally?
Yes, sir.
How long?
4 years.
Where?
Western Union.
Western Union?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Wait a minute.
Don't you like it?
That's awful.
I sing much better on a bicycle.
Look, listen, Nazaro, I hate to turn you down, but I'm afraid you're not the type.
Anyway, Jack, why don't you talk to him later? We've got a sketch to do.
Wait a minute, Jackson. Why don't you give the kid a chance? Let him show you what he can do.
Thanks, Uncle Phil.
Uncle Phil?
All right, so he's my nephew. What's the difference as long as he can sing?
All right, kid, go ahead. What are you going to sing?
I'll sing a chorus of I'll Remember, and in the second chorus, I do a recitation.
Well, that's swell. Go right ahead.
I'll remember how I thrilled at the sight of you. I'll remember how the dream of my heart came true. I'll remember...
Hey, not bad.
How we stood in the moonglow. So
the kid has possibilities.
free,
you know that, Mary?
So glad
He's all right.
to be alone. I'll remember cigarettes we forgot.
Cigarettes? Well, that's a plug for the sponsor. Cigarettes, you see, that's good.
And the
you love that. George Washington Hill, you love that.
That we missed when we kissed goodnight.
Think so, fellas?
All those moments spent...
Does Mert like it?
In paradise for two.
Beautiful.
I'll remember. Will you? I'll remember the look in your eyes at that first fraternity dance and that crazy, indescribable feeling I had when we first spoke of Regis Sorrow. It wasn't that little Capri boss. It was the way you looked at my costume, gave me that fusser that day I crapped as a hootin' stick crapple ball. Huh? We found out that love isn't just a capital, mate.
What's that?
It's together we went. We went through all those things. I went
wait
to
a
the
minute,
porch
fella,
one night
wait a
and
minute.
asked you if you sat a man about, and you did.
Look, what is this anyway?
It was a manic craze that I feel. That
what do you want to be, a singer or tobacco auctioneer?
I'll remember. Well, Mr. Benny, how'd you like it?
I don't know. I'll tell you what. Keep in touch with me. In the meantime, I'll think about you and your Uncle Phil's option. Now, you might as well sit down and hear the rest of the program. And now, folks, for the thrilling, blood-curdling adventure in the life of that master detective, Captain O'Benny.
The scene opens behind closed doors at police headquarters.
Police headquarters, Captain O'Benny talking. What? What was that, madam? 323 Beverly Drive? Well, what about it? You returned home suddenly, found your husband dead. Oh. Well, you want the flower shop. It's Hillside, 759... You're welcome.
Say, Captain, let's finish this checker game.
Okay. It's your move, Wilson.
Hey, Captain, your other phone's ringing. Shall I get it?
No, Harris. I'm expecting that call. I'll take it. Hello? What? 4 dozen white carnations? Yes, madam, I'll send her. I know the address. 323 Beverly Drive. Goodbye.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Captain, running a police station with a flower shop on the side.
What's wrong with it?
What's wrong with it? How can I be a tough-looking cop with a petunia in my lapel? And you and your address.
Never mind that. Now, let's get back to that checker game. It's your move, Wilson. Come in. Yes?
Hello, boys. I happened to be strolling down this way, so I thought I'd drop in and see the captain.
Well, I'm the captain.
So you're the captain, eh?
Yes.
Oh. What about you, Curly?
I'm a sergeant.
What's holding you back, good looking?
Look, miss, what is it you want?
Well, don't let it frighten you, but my husband was shot and the murderer is still in the house.
Leave it to me. O'Hara.
Yes, Chief.
Get the shotguns, the handcuffs, the tear gas, the fingerprint equipment, the squad car, and an A coupon. Hurry.
Oh, say, Chief, aren't you going to finish this checker game?
Checker game at a time like this? We got to hurry and catch that. Madam, did you say the murderer was still in the house?
Yes.
It's your move, Wilson. Go ahead.
Oh, Chiefy, come on. Let's go solve that nasty old murder.
Well.
Will you go if I give you a kiss?
Well, I don't want the boys to think I'm taking a bribe, so I'll kiss you.
Okay.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you feeling around my throat for?
Anything that kisses like that must have a keg of brandy around its neck.
Thank you. All right, men. Spotlights, men. Let's go. And we'll solve this murder mystery, or my name ain't... Oh, now what? Come in.
Come on, son. Mr. Benning?
Huh?
I heard you're looking for a singer for your program.
Oh, no, not now. I'm broadcasting. I'm right in the middle of a sketch. Come back some other time.
Now, wait a minute, mister. I dragged my kid all the way up here from downtown to see you, and I ain't taking no brush off.
Look, madam, I'll listen to your boy. I'll listen to anybody, but first I want to finish the program.
I can't hang around that long. The Wilshire bus is out in the parking lot waiting for me.
The Wilshire bus up here on Vine Street in a parking lot? That's impossible.
No, it ain't. I'm the driver.
Well, look, I'll have to talk to you later. Right now I'm doing...
Jack, the sketch is spoiled anyway. You might as well talk to her.
Oh, all right.
Thanks, Mr. Benning. My boy's really a nice kid. His name is Wilbur.
Well, that's a very nice name. Hello, Wilbur.
Hello.
Wilbur, your mother tells me you'd like to be on my program.
Uh-huh.
Look, madam, how old is your boy?
He's 15.
15?
Yeah, you want to make something out of him?
Oh, no. Wilbur's a nice-looking boy.
I like you. You're silly.
Look, Wilbur.
Now, Wilbur, you mind your mother and talk nice to the man.
Oh, gee, boy, you said you wouldn't yell at me no more since I had to go to the doctor.
You had to go to the doctor, Wilbur?
Uh-huh. For 3 whole weeks, I couldn't see. I couldn't see nothing at all. So they took me to the doctor, and now I can see 5.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Wilbur. What'd the doctor do?
He gave me a haircut.
Oh, my goodness. Look, Wilbur, it's no use. I haven't heard you sing, but I know there's something wrong with your voice. I know.
I told you I ain't taking no brush off. Go on, Wilbur, sing.
Oh, no.
Wilbur, sing. Wilbur, if you don't sing, when we get back to the bus, I won't let you smell the exhaust pipe.
I won't.
No? Stop crying.
Oh, this is all my fault. Wilbur, stop crying.
Okay.
Now, Wilbur, go ahead and sing.
Okay, Mom, wait till I get warmed up.
Wait a minute, wait. Wilbur, if you're going to sing, take your hat off.
What, let my beans get away?
Beans? You see beans in your hat?
Well, sure. When I put them in my shirt, they keep stinging my rabbit.
That's all, brother, that's all. Out. You too, madam, out.
I ain't taking no brush.
There's the door. Out.
Hit it, Bob.
Hey, she wasn't there. I got a body.
Wait a minute.
Out. There's the exit. Out.
Wait a minute. You ain't giving me no brush.
Out. What I have to go through to get a singer.
will be back in just a minute. But first, here is my good friend, Mr. F.E. Boone.
Sold American.
Many things change with the years, but here's one thing you can depend on always. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky. Sold American. And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke the smoke tobacco expert smoke. Lucky Strike.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny again. I have an important message for all of our listeners. Again this fall, the people of the United States are asked to support the National War Fund with their dollars to meet the daily increasing needs of 22 major war relief and service organizations. The campaign has been on since September 25th, and the goal of $250 million must be reached by November 1st. Every dollar given to the National War Fund does a three-way job. It aids our own fighting forces, helps the suffering people of our allies, and fills vital needs here at home. So give freely to your local National War Fund now. Thank you, and good night, everybody.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Benny program.
Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now we take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills. It's early morning. Jack is still asleep, and Rochester's in the kitchen preparing breakfast.
Hello, Mr. Benny's residence. Mr. Benny's residence, star of stage, screen, and radio. So whether you go out or stay home, he's got you trapped. Who? Oh, hello, Sam. I'm glad you called. Hurry right over and return that suit I rented to the boss's back. I know your week ain't up yet, but I'll give you your money pronto, pro rata, and providing I'm alive when you get here. That's right. And Sam, we should pass the word along to the rest of my clientele. Goodbye. Well, I guess I'm safe now. Uh-oh. I'll have to dig up some excuse about Mr. Benny's tuxedo. Doggone, when I rented out for Jerome, how did I know they was going to cremate him? Oh, well, I better prepare breakfast before the boss gets up. Coming! Oh, it's you, Mr. Milkman.
Good morning, Rochester. I see by this note you left you want me to start delivering milk again and stop leaving cream.
Yeah, Mr. Benny's back.
Oh. Say, Rochester, is it true that Mr. Benny is going on the air for a new sponsor?
Yes, sir. What up?
You tell Mr. Benny I'll be listening to him. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, by the way, there's a little matter of last month's bill. Here it is.
$28 for cream. Okay, I'll write you out a check for it.
Wait a minute. Is that a pair of dice you're taking out of your pocket?
Mr. Milkman, lay that bill down on the ground.
Oh, but Rochester, now look, I don't want
It's too late now. I'm wound up.
Oh, all right.
Here it goes. There it is in black and white.
Doggone, I've been homogenized again.
Well, goodbye and bell up next month.
Rochester! Rochester!
Rochester.
Oh, good morning, boss. Sit right down and have your breakfast.
Thanks. Gee, it's good to be home.
Good to have you home, boss. You'll never know how much I miss you.
Did you, Rochester?
Yeah. The 3 months you were away, this whole house was so lonesome. I'd go into the living room and see a big easy chair with no one in it, and I'd feel like crying.
Gee.
The trees outside were in bloom, but they looked barren to me.
Oh, Rochester.
The birds were singing, but I never could seem to hear them. The sun was shining, but I never saw it.
Really, Rochester?
Yeah. I never got up till 8 o'clock at night.
Now cut out this nonsense and get me something to eat. What are we having for breakfast?
Huh?
I said, what are we having for breakfast?
If this was last season, I could mention it.
If this was last season, you'd have to mention it. Now get me my breakfast.
Okay. Okay, I'll get you coffee.
You won't sleep till 8 o'clock at night anymore. Rochester, shut off the egg timer.
But I'm getting your coffee.
Shut off the egg timer.
Okay.
Rochester, answer the door.
You told me to shut off the egg timer.
Answer the door.
Okay.
Rochester, answer the phone.
You told me to answer the phone.
Answer the phone.
Boss, I can't be in all those places at once. I ain't General Patton.
We'll talk about your rank later. You stop the egg timer and answer the door. I'll answer the phone. Or the door, rather. Da-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. Oh, boy, it's good to be home. Da-da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum.
Hello, Jack.
Mary! Gee, it's good to see you.
Gosh, Jack, you look wonderful. I got to give you a great big kiss.
Oh, Mary, not out here on the front porch.
Another one.
Mary, please, you're embarrassing me.
One more, Jack.
Mary, for heaven's sake, put me down. Please.
Oh, Jack, what are you ashamed of? I haven't seen you in 3 months, and that's a long time to go without a kiss.
Gee, Mary, you mean you haven't kissed anybody for 3 months?
Leave me out of it. I'm thinking about you.
Oh, thanks.
Gosh, Jack, it's good to see you. How was your trip?
Come on in. I'll tell you all about it. Mary, believe me, it was wonderful doing shows for the boys overseas. What a great job those kids are doing. And you know what? If I were 20 years younger, I'd be right out there with them.
You said that during the last war.
Well, I meant it then, too. I mean, Mary, stop mixing me up. I was in the last war. Remember I was in the Navy?
Oh, Miss Learson, hello. Hi.
Hello, Rochester.
Mr. Benny, that telephone call was from your sponsor.
My sponsor?
You act like you're surprised you got one.
Well, I'm surprised he called. I wonder what it's about. Maybe he wants to... No, he wouldn't be giving me a bonus so soon. I wonder what it can be.
Well, maybe he wants to know who you're going to have for a singer. You still haven't got anyone to replace Dennis Day.
That's right, Mary. You know, confidentially, I've been considering Bing Crosby for my singer. You know, he's starting to get popular now.
Well, Jack, I don't want to disillusion you, but you're not going to get Crosby for $35 a week.
I wasn't thinking of $35.
You ain't going to get him for what you're thinking either.
I don't know.
Oh, Jack, what are you talking about? You can't hire Crosby. He makes thousands of dollars a week.
Well, hey, maybe I could get his little son, Larry. He sings, too. Or for $5 more, maybe I could get the twins.
Why don't you wait another year? You might have more to choose from.
Oh, Oh, well, I'm not going to worry about it now. I'll find a cigarette. Come in. Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, Jack, that trip did you a lot of good. You look wonderful.
I feel good, Don. I really do. Although I lost about 10 pounds.
Well, I lost some weight, too, but on me it isn't noticeable.
Really, Don? How much did you lose?
84 pounds.
You didn't lose it. You just misplaced it.
You know, Jackson, it's like old times having you back. I thought about you every day.
Oh, sure, Phil. I bet you didn't even know I was gone.
I did, too. You left on the day of Flat Top's funeral. You were gone all through Gravel Gertie, and you got back the day after the Brow paid his debt to society.
The Brow? Gravel Gertie? What are you talking about?
I bet you don't even know about the Summer Sisters being in that iron clamp.
The Summer Sisters?
How do you like that? The newspapers spend millions of dollars trying to educate people, and he don't even take advantage of it.
Phil, I've been away. I don't know what's going on around here. Say, Phil.
Why, Jack, Phil was on the Kay Kaiser program.
Well, that must have been nice.
For 13 weeks.
13 weeks? Now I know you're a jerk.
What do you mean?
If you couldn't answer the questions the first week, why did you keep going back? That I can't understand.
Look, Jackson, you got it all wrong. They hired me to ask the questions. I was the professor.
Professor?
Yes, professor. P-U-R-F-E-Z.
I know how to spell it. O-R. Professor. Remind me to listen in Wednesday night. I want to hear Phil ask those questions. Huh?
Jack, starting Wednesday night, Kay Kaiser will be back on the show.
Oh, then I'll surely listen. Well, fellas, I hate to break this up, but I got a call from my sponsor, and I have to go over and see him. Oh, say, kid, before I go, I want to give you the souvenirs I brought you from the South Pacific.
Boss, you want a hammer to open that big crate?
No, not the crate. The souvenirs are in the valises.
Well, what's in the crate?
Never mind.
You're acting kind of funny about that crate, Jack. Why don't you open it?
I don't have to. The souvenirs are in the valises.
Then what have you got in that crate?
It's something I brought home for myself. I got it on one of the islands in the South Seas.
Well, open it up, Jack. Let's see what it is.
Don, it's nothing. You wouldn't be interested.
Rochester, give me that hammer. I'm going to open it up.
Here you are, Mr. Harris.
Phil, please. Phil, it's just a little thing I picked up on one of the islands. It's for me. Phil.
Well, it's open.
Phil, you have no right to pick up...
Hey, Jackson, what are you so excited about? There's nothing in this crate but a grass skirt.
Nothing but a grass skirt? Let me... Oh, darn it, she got away. Isn't that awful?
Why, Jack Benny, do you mean you actually tried to bring back a...
Mary, help is hard to get, and stop leering at me. Now, come on, Mary, we're going down to see my sponsor. See you later, fellas. I'll see you...
Come out wherever you are. I know you're not very far. How I wish you'd hurry, 'cause I'm inclined to worry. These arms of mine are open, you'll appear. Where are you, dear? Come out wherever you are. Come out from under that star. Yes, and incidentally, mentally, I'm not up to par. So come out, wherever you are.
yes, and incidentally, mentally, I'm not up to par. So come out, come out, come out, wherever you are.
Here it is, Mary. Here's my sponsor's office, George W. Hill. Let's go in.
Okay.
And, Mary, please try and act nice, will you?
Oh, Jack, stop worrying. Even though he is your sponsor, you don't have to fall all over him.
Don't be silly, Mary. I'm going to treat him just like any other person.
But, Jack, you never brought a girl in Orchid. Why bring him one?
Well, you know, Mary, a man in his position has got almost everything else. Come on, let's go in. Miss, will you please stop into Mr. Hill's office, step in and tell him I'm here?
Yes, sir.
Well, I haven't heard that side of it before. But continue. Your opinions interest
Pardon
me.
me, Mr. Hill.
Yes, Miss Bates?
Jack Benny is waiting in the outer office.
Oh, good, good. Tell him I'll see him in a few minutes. I'm in conference right now.
Yes, sir.
Now, as I was saying, your opinions interest me. I'd like to hear more of them.
Well, first of all, Mr. Hill, I don't want you to think that I have anything against Benny personally.
Oh, of course not, Mr. Allen.
You see, Mr. Hill, with Allen, it's 2 receptions to 1 instead of... I'd be the last one to try and get his job. I've always semi-admired Mr. Benny.
Well, after all, Fred, how could anyone dislike a man like Jack? A man who last year was affectionately nicknamed after General Patton. Old Blood and Guts Benny.
Oh, in that order. Old Blood and Guts Benny. You mean old toupee and wrinkles. Old blood and... Why, you know, Mr. Hill, last week his doctor took a sample of Benny's blood and sent it to the laboratory to be analyzed. It came back with a note saying, "Congratulations. Put an olive in this and you've got a martini." Blood, why, Benny wasn't delivered by the stork. He was brought by a leech.
After hearing you talk, I get the impression that you don't like Mr. Benny.
Oh, I'm sorry I gave you that impression, Mr. Hill. I'm really very fond of Jack. He's one of my best friends. It's just that I hate to see him go back on the air and be a flop.
But what makes you think Benny will be a flop? He always gets laughs.
Mr. Hill. Anyone can get laughs who tells a joke, wiggles his ears, drops his pants, and then shows a Bob Hope movie on the seat of his underwear. And with Benny's red flannels, it looks like it's in Technicolor yet. How could he miss?
But, Mr. Allen, I'm a businessman. I don't care how a comedian gets his laughs, as long as he sells the product. And I think lots of people will sit by the radio, smoke a cigarette, and listen to Jack Benny.
Mr. Hill, that is an impossibility if I have ever heard one. Smoke a cigarette and listen to Benny. How in the world can anyone smoke and hold his nose at the same time? It can't be done.
You know, Fred, I'm a little surprised hearing all this. You see, when I hired Jack, I thought he had a large following.
No, he just looks that way when he's not wearing his girdle, Mr. Hill. That large following is all Benny.
Well, look, Fred, perhaps it isn't too late. Do you think I could help the program if I got rid of Benny?
No, by all means keep Jack on the program, Mr. Hill. Just cut his part down a little.
Oh, cut his part down a little, huh?
Well, look, Mr. Hill, I know you're a busy man, and I want to run down the hall and see your assistant for a few seconds. I may drop back a little later.
Okay, Fred. You'll find Mr. Stauffer's office quicker if you go through that rear door.
I knew he'd be in the rear. Thank you. So long.
Now, let's see. Oh, yes.
Yes, Mr. Hill.
You may send Mr. Benny in now.
Well, hello, Mr. Hill. Sure glad to see you. Here, have a cigarette.
I'm already smoking one.
Oh, well, I'll have another. Mr. Hill, you know Mary. Mary, you know Mr. Hill. Now, I don't mind telling you, Mr. Hill.
Hello,
You're
Mr.
one
Hill.
of the swell... now, I don't mind telling you, Mr. Hill.
Hello, Mary.
Now, I don't mind telling you, Mr. Hill, that you're one of the swellest guys I've ever met. Not because you're my new sponsor, but because you're one of the finest fellas in the world. One of the squarest, grandest guys.
Oh, Jack, stop pinching his cheek.
Mr. Hill, here we are. Yes, sir, ready to get off to a great start on our new radio series.
Well, Jack, that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Yes, sir. Talk? To me? Is there wrong anything? I mean, anything wrong? Is there?
No, Jack, nothing wrong. Just a routine talk. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
That's my chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was your chair.
Well, you should know. You're sitting on him.
Oh, yes. Silly me not to notice you, Mr. Hill. I'll sit here.
Now you're sitting on me.
Because I am a little excited, Mary. I'll sit here.
All right, if you think you'll be comfortable on that ashtray.
Pardon me, Mr. Trey. I'll just get up. Is this your lighted cigarette, Mr. Hill? Sorry, I didn't see it, Mr. Mr. Hill.
Now, Jack, I wanted to talk to you about some things.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, guess who was sitting in this office just a few minutes ago?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea, Mr. Hill. Who was it?
Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? What was he doing here? What did he want? What did he say?
Well, Jack, for one thing, he said...
That's a lie! When I see him, I'm going to...
Now, Jack, that's no attitude to take. Fred doesn't dislike you. Why don't you try to like him?
How can anyone like a guy who looks like he does?
Jack, Allen isn't so ugly.
How would you know? You can't see his face until you lift the bags under his eyes. And with that pained expression, he looks like a hen trying to lay a square egg. Well, don't tell me about Allen.
Now, Jack, don't get excited. And please stop biting my nails.
If I ever meet that sneak face to face, I'll tell him about it.
Well, Mr. Hill, I just dropped back to say goodbye, and, why, Jackie Benny. Freddie, old boy. Jack, old pal, it's certainly good to see what's left of you.
Freddie, I was just telling Mary and Mr. Hill how much I've missed you.
Yes, sir, Jack. It's great being together again.
I'll say it is. Well, tell me, Freddie boy, what are you doing out here in Hollywood?
Oh, making a picture. I'm over at United Artists.
Oh, yes. I heard that Boris Karloff isn't there anymore.
I know, and I heard that since you've been with Warner's, the studio isn't there anymore.
Now, listen here, Alan.
Jack, it's your own fault. You always have a chip on your shoulder.
I haven't got a chip on my shoulder.
No, he's right, Mary. That's his head. His head looks like a knothole with skin on it.
That settles it, Alan. I've tried to be friends with you, but you won't have it that way. I'd punch you right in the nose if there wasn't a lady present.
I'll leave, Jack.
You sit down. Now, you listen to me, Alan.
And you listen to me, Benny. You'd punch who in the nose?
I'd punch you in the nose if it weren't for your wife and children.
I haven't got any children.
Then why aren't you in the Army? Answer that, civilian.
Jack, for goodness
You
sake.
keep out of this. Now, listen, Alan, for the last time, I want you to mind your own business.
Jack, why don't you and Fred shake hands? And
You
try
shut
to...
up. Now, listen, I want to say... Oh, my goodness. I said that to my sponsor. Mr. Hill, I didn't mean to say shut up to you. I meant just to say be quiet. Please be quiet. I didn't mean it at all. I never think to say like that to you. Mr. Hill, don't stand there with your back to me. Freddie boy, please tell Mr. Hill I didn't mean it. It was an accident. It was all a big mistake. Fred, don't stand there with your back to me. Mary, tell Mr. Hill it was all a mistake. Tell him I'm sorry. Tell him anything. Just say...
G.I. Jive. Man alive. It starts with the bugler blowing reveille over your bed when you arrive. Jack, that's the G.I. Jive. Rootily toot, jump in your suit, make a salute. Boo. Then you wash and dress, more or less. You go get your breakfast in a beautiful little cafe they call the Mess. Jack, when you convalesce, out of your seat, into the street, make with the feet. Freak. Now, if you're a PFC, your duty is to salute the L-I-E-U-T. But if you brush the L-I-E-U-T, the MP makes you KP on the QT. This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called Fluid Drive. Jack, if you still survive, chunk all your junk back in your trunk, fall on your bunk, clunk. The G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called Fluid Drive. Jack, after you revive, chunk all your junk back in your trunk, fall on your bunk, clunk. Soon you're counting Jeeps, but before you count till 5, you'll be right back digging that G.I. Jive.
Mary, do you think Mr. Hill was really angry at me because of what I said?
Oh, no, Jack. He knew you were excited and nervous.
Gee, I hope so.
Say, Jack, what are you going to do about a new singer for our show? We have to get somebody since Dennis is in the Navy.
Well, I don't know, Mary. I thought maybe next Sunday I would talk to Frank Sinatra and see if I can make a deal with him.
Frank Sinatra?
Yeah.
But, Jack, he's got 2 programs already.
Well, then maybe he'll hire me. We'll get together some way. I'll ask him to drop over next Sunday. Good night, folks.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
W. Fitch Company, makers of those fine Fitch products, presents the Fitch Bandwagon, starring Alice Faye.
You'll never know just how much I love you. You'll never know just how much I care.
And Phil Harris.
Won't you come with me to Alabama? Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and boiling hammy. That sugar-cured hammy. That red gravied hammy. And that's what I like about the sound.
As you may know, Phil Harris has recently embarked on a program of self-betterment. The first evidence of this new phase reared its ugly head 2 weeks ago when Phil announced that he was going to take an adult extension course at the University of Southern California.
But, Phil, you going to college, this is ridiculous.
It is not. Now, you might not know this, but I've been preparing myself for college for a long time.
You have?
Well, of course. Every night for the past 3 months, I've been reading a page out of the encyclopedia.
Why, Phil, that's wonderful.
Sure, and I figure if I keep at it, I'll be at the bottom of that page by April.
And then last week, still following his course of self-improvement, Phil Harris consulted a psychiatrist.
Yes, Mr. Harris. After extensive tests and observation, I've come to the conclusion that you have a strong tendency toward megalomania, coupled with a powerful narcissist complex. This, of course, is in addition to your inherent schizophrenic maladjustment with overtones of dementia precox.
Yeah, I see, but what does that all mean?
Mr. Harris, you are nuts.
Undaunted by these experiences, we find Phil Harris, the student, on last Thursday, burning the midnight oil.
Phil, what are you doing?
My homework for USC.
But you've been sitting there for 2 hours.
Oh, I know it. I got to write a composition for class tomorrow.
Composition? What's it about?
I like basket weaving because... And it's got to be 100 words.
Well, that doesn't sound so hard. Why are you taking so long?
I don't know 100 words. Anyway, this darn fountain pen won't write.
Well, don't you think you might do better if you put some ink in it?
Oh, yeah. I forgot it's a new one.
Mm-hmm.
But the man said once you get it filled, it writes for 15 years without stopping.
Well, here's the ink bottle. Go on, fill it.
Okay.
Well, go ahead. Start writing.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter? It's filled, isn't it?
Yeah, but now it's so heavy I can't lift it.
Oh, use a pencil.
Oh, honey, but I don't know what I like about basket weaving.
Well, you must like something about the class. For instance, your fellow pupils. What are they like?
Well, there's Elmer, who sits next to me. He's a pretty nice fella. Of course, he drools a little.
Well,
there's Gladys. She sits right in beautifully developed pinheads I've ever seen.
Phil, I'm sure she's not a pinhead.
Oh, no? Then why does she have the Gettysburg Address engraved on her forehead?
Oh, Phil.
Well, she does.
Mommy, where's Daddy this morning?
Well, he's still in bed, Phyllis. He sat up most of the night doing his homework.
But, Mommy, it's 11 o'clock. He should be up by now.
All right, Alice. You and Phyllis can go upstairs and wake him up if you want to.
Thank you, Mommy. Come on, Phyllis. Gee, Phyllis, Daddy's awfully sound asleep, isn't he? Yeah, so hot shot's really tearing it off. Phyllis, you know Mommy doesn't want you to talk like that. Daddy talks like that. Yes, but he doesn't know any better. How will we wake him up today? Shall we jump on his stomach again? Let's shake him. Oh, no. Daddy said if we did that once more, he'd knock our little heads together. Oh, dear. It's so hard to wake Daddy up since our snapping turtle died. Let's shake him. Daddy! Daddy, wake up! Yes, wake up! He's opening his eyes. Quick, Phyllis. You go get his slippers. I'll undo his chin strap. All right. Are you sure he's awake?
All right, fellas. Who's got the dice?
He's awake.
Good morning, Blondie.
Well, if it isn't the Sleeping Beauty. So you finally decided to come downstairs.
Yeah, I didn't sleep so well last night. Honey, I had an awful dream.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I dreamed I was John L. Lewis and Philip Murray was plucking my eyebrows. Oh, honey, what a headache. Hey, how about some breakfast?
All right. Say, how'd you make out with your composition last night?
Oh, it's coming along. I got it right here.
Well, let me see it.
No!
Oh, Phil, I just want to look it over and correct your punctuation.
My what?
Your periods and commas. Surely you know what a comma is.
Oh, yeah, that's what my old man used to go into after he inhaled that southern stuff. Oh, a comma. That's what my old man had. A moonshine comma, he did.
No, Phil, that's a comma. You must know something about punctuation. When you were in school, what came at the end of a sentence?
$50 and a suit from the warden.
Phil Harris, you let me see that composition.
No. Now, it's my baby, and I'll thank you to keep your rinse-so-white lunch hooks off of it.
Oh, stop it. I'm going to read this. Oh, Phil, you've changed the whole idea of the composition.
Well, what's wrong with that?
You can't hand in an essay titled, I Love Phil Harris Because.
Yeah. Come to think of it, that would run way over 100 words, wouldn't it?
But, honey, if you don't hand in that composition on basket weaving today, you'll flunk the course.
I know it. But I got to go downtown now. Hey, maybe I'll get an idea at the pool hall.
But, Phil, don't you understand? Don't you understand? If you're serious about improving yourself and getting an education, you're going to have to take a different attitude.
What do you mean?
Well, an educated man doesn't hang around pool halls and go to prize fights and play cards all night the way you do.
Yeah? What do them educated monkeys do for fun?
Well, they follow intellectual pursuits.
Oh, chase dames, huh?
Oh, you're hopeless.
Well, I got to get down to rehearsal. Look, give me a kiss, will you? Oh, man, and they say I married her for money. No, fellas, no. That's brutal. You're fighting me. You characters will end up playing dinner music at Barney's Beanery.
We couldn't do that, Phil. That's a Mar Davis job.
Oh, why don't you stop that, Artie? Now, come on, guys. Let's take it by section. Now, let me hear them brasses. Oh, that's okay. Now, let me have the reeds. Gee, that's fine. Now let me hear them strings. Thank you, Ephraim. Now open that thing up and let Dave Rose out of there.
Hey, let's make this fast, Phil. I gotta drive my mother-in-law to Anaheim.
Wait a minute, Artie. Wait a minute. Can't your mother-in-law ever get to Anaheim by herself?
Oh, yeah. Last week I sent her up there by thumb.
Oh, she hitchhiked, huh?
No, I tied a piece of rope around her thumb and hooked the other end to a Greyhound bus.
I see. Well, did she get to Anaheim all right?
No, but her thumb did.
Oh, Artie, get out. Forget about it. Now get back there to the band. All right, fellas. If you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Look me up. If you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Where the men are men and love it, and the gals are sure glad of it. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Everybody's gonna holler, howdy do, howdy do. Everybody there'll be saying, how are you? They raise corn for hot tamales and grow dollies for the follies. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Ask anyone for Rusty, everybody knows of me. They'll tell you where I'm riding at bar ABC. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Look me up. They've got everything in Texas looking up. With the moonlight on the prairie and the gal that ain't contrary. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Ask anyone for Phil Z, they'll tell you where I'm at. They'll say that I'm in Galveston with a rock-back coat and a Stetson hat. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Look me up. We've got everything in Texas looking up. With the moonlight on the prairie and the gal that ain't contrary. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Bronco bustin', take some practice, or you wind up on the cactus. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Where the gals are good at figures and the cowboys quick on triggers. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Every gal's a raving beauty, hip-tie-tie-o-tie-o-dee. What I'm trying to tell you is I can't wait till I get back down there so I can hear go something like this. Sure glad y'all come by. Don't you forget to come back now, you hear? Bye now. Bye. I'm gonna build a Dolby Palace for my Alice down in Dallas. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up.
Have you ever seen a woman whose frock is fashionable and becoming, but made from very poor quality material?
Well, ladies, the effect is the same if your coiffure is smart and flattering, but is spoiled by stiff, dull-looking, dandruff-flaked hair. That's why discriminating women who want soft, lustrous, easy-to-manage hair use Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. For Fitch is the shampoo that reconditions as it cleanses, giving your hair longer, lasting beauty. Regardless of the color of your hair, regardless of the texture, Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo leaves your hair thoroughly cleansed, velvety smooth, shining with sparkling natural highlights. Fitch Shampoo has been granted the Good Housekeeping Seal and the Parents Magazine Commendation Seal. So for hair that complements your coiffure, hair that shimmers and shines, use Fitch Shampoo regularly. Buy an economical bottle of Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, or have professional applications at your beauty or barber shop.
Hey, Phil.
Yeah, Frankie.
I told the fellas our next rehearsal's on Sunday. Is that right?
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, Curly, you know, I almost missed rehearsal this morning.
Oh, well, that's all right. I only keep you in the band because your guitar has a direct wire to all tracks. Just so I can get the latest rundown, the morning line, Bud, that's all. But what happened?
Well, you know that big laundry on Sunset Boulevard? Well, just as I was walking past it, the whole darn thing blew up.
Blew up?
Yeah. Bloomers are flying.
Bloomers are flying. Listen, Frankie, I'll see you Sunday. I got to get over to USC now.
Hey, Phil, you still monkeying with that college stuff?
Yeah, Frankie, I'm monkeying with it, but I ain't doing so good. I got to write a composition.
Writing? Oh, Curly, you come to the right guy.
Yeah? Hey, you know something about writing?
Do I? I was known as the Kathleen Windsor of PS4.
No kidding.
Sure. I still read nothing but high-class literature. True Confessions, Argosy, Weird Tales, Spicy Mechanics.
Spicy Mechanics?
Well, sure. On the cover, they got Gypsy Rose Lee holding a blowtorch.
Oh, sure. But this ain't helping me with my composition.
Well, how much you got so far?
I like basket weaving because...
Well, that's a good start, Curly.
No, Frank, that's the title. They gave us that.
Look, Curly, what you need is a collaborator.
All right, but who's going to teach me to play it?
No, Phil. I mean, I'll help you write it. We'll pool our knowledge.
Oh, Frankie, that ain't no pool. That's a bird bath. Anyway, it won't work. Do you think it's right for you to help me? Ain't it cheating or something?
No, all them big shots work together. Look at that team, Fulton and O'Sullivan.
Fulton and O'Sullivan? What did they ever do?
What did they ever do? They built a steamboat with rubber heels, that's all.
Frankie, forget about that stuff. Look, let's go someplace and write this composition, huh? Gee, I hope I'm not late for class today. Man, what a composition Frankie wrote for me. Oh, this is going to murder him. Hey, look how they got the floors all waxed in this hallway. Gee whiz, I bet I could slide right from here down to my classroom. I think I'll try it. Here goes.
Excuse me, mister, but would you mind getting your big yog head off of my vacuum cleaner?
I can't, lady. The suction's holding it in.
Well, just a minute. I'll give it a yerk. Well, goodness gracious. What's wrong with you?
Nothing, lady. Nothing's wrong with me. I'm just waiting for my head to unpucker, that's all.
Well, get off of my clean linoleum, you big yak, huh?
Blimey. Oh, here's the classroom here. Hello, Professor. Am I late?
Late? Of course you're not late. We're just sitting around here waiting for the Robert E. Lee. Now sit down, you.
Yes, sir.
As students of the basket weaving class, as you know, our subject for today is I like basket weaving because. Stop drooling, Elmer.
Yeah, cut it out, Elmer. You're warping your desk.
Well, Mr. Harris, since we're so alert this afternoon, suppose we hear your composition first. Are you prepared?
What are you asking, Prof? I'm loaded.
Yes. Well, start reading.
Reading?
Yes, go ahead. Fake it.
Okay. 77 years ago...
Mr. Harris, stop reading off Gladys's head. The composition, please.
Oh, yeah, the composition. All right. I like basket weaving because baskets is funny thing, period. There is clothes baskets, laundry baskets, and most people have bread baskets. Coma. Some baskets are very strong, but others are wicker. Then there is bon voyage baskets. This is to keep bon voyages in. Baskets is like pottery, only looser.
Mr. Henry.
And that's what I like about basket weaving.
Yeah. Mr. Harris, is that your composition?
Yeah, Doc. Ain't it a Lulu?
Mr. Harris, I'd like to tell you a little story.
Why, you old rascal.
Yes. Years ago, the founders of this institution spent millions of dollars constructing these academic halls. This beautiful campus. They built a veritable wellspring of education. And you, Mr. Harris, you had to come along and stink it up.
Please, Professor, please. Let's not becloud the issue with mysticism.
Mr. Harris, I've had enough. I am sending you to the dean's office.
All right, Doc, stop hollering on me.
Get out, you monster!
How do you like that guy? He's just sore because I'm prettier than he is. No wonder he didn't hear me, the old big-eared professor. Now, where do you suppose that dean's office is?
Phil, I didn't know you were here. Aren't you home from college awfully early?
Yeah.
Well, how did you do today?
Oh, honey, they threw me out.
Oh.
USC faster than that Notre Dame backfield.
But, Phil, you've been attending that class for 2 weeks now. What about that beautiful basket you've been working on?
That's what they carried me out in.
In a basket?
Yeah, 2 seniors carried me out to the main gate and then left me in front of St. Vincent's orphanage.
Honey, get a grip on yourself and tell me how all this happened.
Oh, I don't know. They sent me to the dean's office.
The dean's office?
Yeah, and he went over my marks and read my composition and looked at my basket.
Well, what did he say?
Oh, he didn't say anything. He just shrugged his shoulders and handed me a loaded gun.
Well, honey, maybe college just wasn't for you. After all, you still have plenty of interests in life. You have your band, your own program, a nice house and car, and your favorite horse to ride.
I know, but baby Alice broke the rocker off of it.
My poor little baby.
Well, I don't know why it always has to happen to me. I'm going to some of these days
Phil, your mascara's running.
It's not mascara, it's Maybelline.
Now, honey, cheer up. It's not that bad.
All right, honey. Gee whiz, you're so sweet to me. You're the sweetest little wife a man ever had.
Am I?
Yes. Now you say something nice about me.
You can make the prettiest speeches I have ever heard. Darling, you excel at singing praises. When I hold you in my arms, I thrill to every word. Where do you get such lovely little phrases? You say the sweetest things, baby. You have me riding high. You say the nicest things, baby. When you say I adore you, I would do most anything for you. I'm such a fool, for I believe you. Yes, even when you lie. My, you can say the sweetest things, baby, but don't you ever say bye-bye. I'm such a fool, for I believe you, yes, even when you lie. My, you can say the sweetest things, baby, but baby, don't you ever, never say bye-bye, bye-bye.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. You've often heard the expression, a poor excuse is better than none at all. If you have bothersome, unsightly dandruff and have been offering lame explanations for it, use Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo and you won't need any kind of an excuse for dandruff. For Fitch Shampoo actually removes dandruff the very first time you use it. In fact, Fitch is the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff with the first application is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. And it's so simple to use. All you do is apply a little Fitch shampoo directly to the hair and scalp before adding water. Massage briskly while the antiseptic liquid penetrates and cleanses the thousands of tiny hair openings on the scalp, dissolving all traces of dandruff. Then add water. Billows of rich, foamy lather form to float away the dissolved dandruff. That's all there is to it. A simple Fitch shampoo leaves your hair tingling with that clean sensation, free of dandruff, enhanced by the fresh look that lasts. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
Phil, what are you doing?
I'm calling up Frankie. I'm plenty sore at that guy.
But, Phil...
I don't care what
Hello?
happens. Hello, Frankie. This is Phil.
Oh, yeah, Curly. How's the boy?
Don't house the boy me. That composition you wrote for me really got me in a jam today.
Yeah?
On account of you, they sent me to the dean's office. I was blackballed from every college in the country and thrown out of USC in a basket jet. Now, you're the one who got me in all of this mess. Now, what have you got to say?
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray.
in next week when the F.W. Fitch Company again brings you the Fitch Bandwagon with Alice Faye and Phil Harris. This program is written by Bob Mosier and Joe Connolly, directed by Paul Phillips, with the original music composed and conducted by Walter Scharf. Included in the cast were Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, and Elliot Lewis. Alice Faye appears to the courtesy of 20th Century Fox.
Have a while, let us all see your style, use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair, use Fitch shampoo.
Men, use Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic daily. It makes your scalp tingle with that feeling of new life and pep. Fitch's Ideal is not sticky or greasy. So pep up your scalp and give your hair that well-groomed look with Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic. Bill Foreman speaking.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
D-U-Z. Put a does in your washing machine. Take your clothes out dry and clean. When you does your wash, you'll sing. D-U-Z does everything.
Oh, brother, we've been waiting for you. It's time to play Truth or Consequences. Yes, Truth or Consequences, the show that does everything on the air, brought to you by Does, the soap that does everything in your lawn. And here's the man who has the whole nation playing guessing games, your Saturday night cut-up, Ralph, Truth or Consequences, Edwards. Thank you very much. Harlow Wilcox. And greetings, party players. Well, Harlow, do you think the walking man will be identified tonight? I don't know, Ralph, but I do know that the housewives have identified Does and discovered that right down the wash line, Does everything. Oh, you got me, pal, you got me. I knew you'd put that in right off the bat. Which is good. We got to live. We got to eat. You know that. Sure. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, listen to this. Did you hear the gifts now? The lineup of the jackpot. Ralph, I've never heard them. Will you please... You've never heard them? May I say them to you? Will you tell me? Listen to this lifetime of gifts that will be won by one of you listeners who correctly identifies the walking man when we call the winners on the phone. Maybe it'll be tonight. You can't tell. A Bendix home laundry consisting of washer, dryer, and automatic ironer. A deep breath and we go on. A $1,000 diamond and ruby Bulova watch. A brand new four-door Cadillac sedan. A tap and gas kitchen range. A 16-millimeter motion picture sound projector and screen with a print of the Hal Wallace production, I Walk Alone. If this goes on long enough, that picture isn't going to be on. You know that. It's still on. It's a good picture. Plus delivery of the motion picture of the month for one whole year. A 2 weeks vacation for two from any place in the United States to Union Pacific, Sun Valley, Idaho. All expenses paid. A $1,000 J.R. Wood & Sons art-carved diamond ring. An Electrolux vacuum cleaner with all attachments. A 1948 RCA Victor console FM and AM radio phonograph combination and television set, all in one cabinet. A Serval silent gas refrigerator. Artcraft all-metal Venetian blinds throughout your entire home. Sherwin-Williams cover-the-earth trademark paints will paint your house inside and out. A complete wardrobe of women's clothes for every season of the year, designed by Faye Foster, consisting of street dresses, beachwear, and play clothes. The new 50 Homer Farm freezer filled with bird's eye frozen foods. A Luscombe Silvair all-metal airplane made in Dallas, Texas. Your kitchen and bathroom completely installed with real ceramic tile by the Pomona Tile Manufacturing Company. Your dining room and two bedrooms filled with Idaho pine furniture. A $2,400 deluxe 3-room Normal trailer coach completely equipped with modern kitchen and sleeping quarters for four, coming into home stretch now. A Remington Rand noiseless Model 7 typewriter. A 14-foot Alumacraft. Both complete with Champion outboard motor. A $1,000 full-length new-look Persian lamb coat designed by the well-known furrier Max Foyer of Chicago. A 2-year supply of Pepero sheets and pillowcases for every bed in your house. Your choice of $500 worth of Westinghouse electric home appliances. A Story and Clark piano, known for tone and cabinet styling. Universal electric blankets for every bed in your house. 3 Coronada air-cooled summer suits apiece for every man in your immediate family. And from Roger & Company, San Francisco, a desk, console, Sew-Gem electric sewing machine. So stand by for the phone calls on the Walking Man contest tonight. But first, here's a question for the studio audience. Here's a question for every party player in our studio audience. The first one to hold up his or her hand with the correct answer wins a $100 bill. Attention now, the question for a $100 bill. What was the initial of Mrs. George Washington's first name? That's it. The first set's a lot of them down there. Good. Oh, we got a lot of them. Hold on. Johnny Pollock, turn on the microphone, and we'll walk right on down. A whole bunch of them here. This lady right in here was first lady. Let's get her. Hello. What was the initial of Mrs. George Washington's first name? What's that?
M.
M, yes, for Martha. Good. What is your name, please?
Warren Stevens.
And where are you from?
Glendale.
Oh, correct. Well, you win the $100 bill, and here it is. A bill for $100 from my dentist. There you are. A bill for $100 from my dentist. Thank goodness I got rid of that. Thank you very much. Oh, aren't you lucky to have that? All right. I get rid of more bills that way, but... Look, there's a real $10 bill for, anyway, in case the $100 bill payment worries you. Well, oh, wasn't that awful?
Devil, you.
Oh, Harlow, you're looking great tonight, boy. Tanned, healthy.
Well, thanks, Ralph.
I suppose you're outdoors a lot these sunny spring days, huh?
Ah, yes.
Working in the garden.
Garden?
Yeah.
No. I'm out admiring the Does wash lines all over town.
Does wash lines?
Look, chum, if you don't think a Does wash is a thing of beauty.
Oh, I do. Don't misunderstand me.
What a sight. A whole line full of clothes. Everything washed by Does. Towels and linens hanging in the sun so dazzling white
you need dark glasses to look at them.
Naturally. Does them the whitest white any soap will. Work clothes swinging fresh and clean as the spring air itself. Just a short washer run does it, too.
Keep going down the wash line, boy.
Then comes the real wonder of a Does wash. There on that same line, a riot of lovely colors. Prints, plaids, stripes. Does is safer for every pretty color you wash. Safer than any other leading package soap sold for wash day. No wonder you see more Does washes every day. Start doesing your wash now, folks. From the roughest and toughest to the whitest and brightest. Does everything.
Now, with some line, Harlow. Wash line, that is. Okie-dokie, boys. I know you're just thrilled with your $100 bill there. Take it home and really have fun with it. Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
Corporal Hiram Shute.
I beg your pardon?
Corporal Hiram Shute.
Your last name?
Shute, S-H-U-T-E.
Nice to see you, Corporal Hiram Shute. Where are you from?
New Boston, Texas.
Where is New Boston, Texas?
Well, it's right close to Texarkana. Texarkana's on the line of Arkansas and Texas.
Yeah, you almost got out, didn't you?
You know.
Huh? You were very close to being over on the other side.
Oh, very close.
What would have happened then?
I don't know.
You'd have been in Arkansas. That's the whole thing, which is pretty good, too, of course. What'd you do before you went in the Army, Corporal Shute?
I was just a schoolboy.
Where?
Well, I went to Dirk's, Arkansas, high school.
Yeah, man.
Finished it.
Okay, and now you're out here in Los Angeles.
Well, Pasadena, Cornerton Hospital.
Oh, good. All right, now here's a question. This will have a consequence, okay? Isn't he a fine, robust guy? Good-looking feller, Texas. You can always tell from Texas. The way they ride horses. All right, now. Mrs. Steve Markovitz of Worcester, Massachusetts asks, how many successful jumps does a paratrooper have to make before he's ready for combat? Truth or consequences, Corporal Hiram, what's your middle name?
Hiram Douglas Shute.
Yeah.
I'd say 3.
Now, how many successful jumps does a paratrooper have to make before he's ready for combat? All of them. You see, if he doesn't, there's a technicality there. Well, you haven't told the truth. Hiram, you were named after...
Hiram Walker, I guess.
Your father's name Hiram?
No.
I stuck that one out on a springboard like it was really set up. Honest, Mother, I didn't. Honest, Mother. All right. Corporal Shute, S-H-U-T-E, and don't let that put anything in your minds, audience, toward me. For your consequence tonight, we want you to give a lecture on battle tactics to a civilian. Okay?
I guess so.
Okay, fella. I mean, how you would land an attack under certain given conditions. Say that you're the big boy and you're telling them how to do it. Now, we'll give you time to brush up on the facts you're going to talk about. So take this pencil and paper and take time to draw up a few notes if you want to there. You can sit here on stage if you want, or you can go out into a private little room. Take it easy there. You'll find chairs to sit on, which is good, you know. All right, you can run backstage and come back when you've prepared your... Is he gone? He can't hear. Ooh, what's going to happen to Corporal Shute from Texas? Now, Corporal Shute doesn't know it, but the civilian he will lecture to is a civilian now, but he is really retired Brigadier General Leonard D. Weddington. And here he is, a veteran of both World Wars and active in the Pacific for the entirety of World War II, General Leonard Weddington. Come on, General Weddington. Well, good evening, General. Welcome to Truth or Consequences, sir.
Good evening, Ralph.
This is one battle I never expected to fight.
I bet you didn't. Well, nothing much happens here, General, except perhaps you might be hit by a ricocheting pie or something like that, but don't worry. General Weddington, how long has it been since you've been wearing civilian clothes?
Well, I was officially retired on June the 30th, 1946.
I see. Well, what do you consider one of the most exciting or interesting moments of the war for you, General Weddington?
Well, the most exciting thing is after a Jap bomb raid, I found 9 holes in my pants one time.
Oh, is that? Were you in them at the time? Or
no, they were hanging on the tent pole.
What kind
I got them fixed up, though. They were shorts.
They were shorts? I thought they were pants.
Well, the Australian shorts.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant...
No.
They were sort of male pedal pushers.
No. They didn't have those cuffs on them.
Oh, they didn't have the cuffs. You got the holes in them fixed up, though, sir?
Yeah, oh, yes. They got back up to Honolulu and sent them to the laundry, a Jap family, and they patched them all up, and they're good as new.
Oh, man, you must have been looking nice going down there with nine holes there, all sort of knitworked around there. All right, sir. Well, it's certainly wonderful having you here, General Weddington, and joining in the fun. You're not the walking man, are you?
I never walked. I've been retired physical disability.
Oh, well, now, you know you're kidding the way you walked out here. As spry as you can be. Now, you know what you're to do, General?
Yes, just act dumb.
Oh, yeah. Well, until the very end. That's it. Just act dumb. Just play dumb till the very end. Play it as though you didn't know beans about anything military. See, then when the Corporal Shute is his name, Hiram Shute, and when the corporal is completely disgusted with you, you see, you just don't know anything about it, present him with a very difficult tactical problem. Let him have it, huh? We'll have a surprise corporal on our hands, won't we, huh?
Well, I hope he doesn't know more about it than I do.
You'll have to call in the staff, maybe, then, John. We can't do... All right, I don't think we need to worry about that, sir. We certainly don't. Now, supposing that you take your seat in the audience, leave your coat here, and just go right down there into the audience, and when we ask for a civilian, sir, you raise your hand. We'll call you Mr. Leonard. Is that all right? That's your first name, Leonard. We'll call you Mr. Leonard. All right, there. Don't anyone give the gag away. Bring him in. Aren't we devils? Okay, turn on the roving microphone, Johnny Pollock. Oops, stand by for those phone calls coming right up in one side. Here we come around here now. Texas is on the run. How do you do, Corporal Shute?
Just fine, just fine.
How you doing, man?
All right.
You're all set, huh? All right. Now, you brushed up on your tactics there.
Well, just a little. Yeah.
All right. Now, let's take any civilian in the audience, please, who would like to be on the receiving end of this lecture. Just anyone, raise your hand. Doesn't matter. You can all. All right, sir. You come on up. You come up. Would you come up, sir? And now, Corporal Shute is going to teach you a thing or two. And we could have used one of the fellows on stage there. How do you do, sir? How do you do? What is your name, please?
Leonard. Mr. Leonard.
Mr. Leonard, I'd like to have you meet Corporal Shute.
Glad to know you, Mr. Leonard. Glad to know you.
Yes, that's fine. Come over here. Corporal Shute. He's a fine, upstanding little fellow, eh?
Yes, he is. He's mighty fine.
Okay, now. What?
Looks like he's from Texas.
He does! Mr. Leonard, are you from Texas?
That's right.
Well, it takes one to know one. All right, now, we're all set to go. Now, Mr. Leonard, meet Sergeant, what you have here, or Corporal. Oh, I'm rushing it, yes. All right, Corporal, Mr. Leonard is ready for your lecture, so go right ahead.
Well, we'll start with landing on the beachhead, you know.
What's this?
Landing. We'll go to the beachhead. The boats can't get to the beachhead. The soldiers get off, they start swimming, they get on the beachhead, they start to take a city. They see the city here with all these buildings and all. They could bomb all those buildings down and go in and take it with lots easier, but they don't do that. They won't. The building's left there for their headquarters. That's right. They've got to have headquarters.
Right there on the beach, huh? The enemy's right there.
You can make your notes, too, if you want.
The enemy's there. We're taking over, see?
Yeah.
We're taking over.
That's right. We're going in to take over. Okay. Instead of taking this city and bombing all the buildings out and taking it easy, we've got to take it the smart way. We've got to leave buildings there. We've got to have our headquarters. We've got to have our mess hall. We've got to have...
If he ever runs for office, I'm going to vote for him, I'll tell you.
And, of course, we've got to have the space there and the building for the Officers Club, you know.
He would get that. I'll bet that's probably just like the officers, huh, to have a...
You know it.
Yeah. What'd you say, sir?
Do they take that lumber in first?
Do they take the lumber in first before they attack?
Well, no, it's already there.
Any other questions, Mr. Leonard?
Well,
he's landed.
You said they were landing. How did they get onto the shore?
Well, we get on these landing crafts, see, from the ship.
Can they all get on them?
Well, we have so many they all can, yes.
Some of them, I guess, have to go
away,
yes,
huh? yes. And they go to so far as they can, see, then they start swimming. They walk, they wade, they're wet.
You understand all this?
So when do they change your clothes? You have to get wet.
Yeah. We don't worry about...
Not those silly questions.
You're worrying about your life, not your clothes.
This guy really is a civilian, I think. What kind of a soldier do you think he'd make?
I don't know, about an ulcer, I guess.
Yes, indeed. All right. Well, now, is there anything else that you'd like to ask Corporal Shute, sir?
Well, I have one little question about this landing operation here. During a landing operation on a hostile shore, when it's heavily defended by artillery of all types, 12-inch rifles and 14-inch howitzers, how far away is it safe for the landing ships, the troop ships, to discharge the combat troops into the landing craft?
Well, that's just all of opinion of the officer, maybe, on the ship.
I don't think it's safe anywhere.
Well, that was a pretty technical question, wasn't it?
I think so.
A little too technical. Well, I wonder why that could be. Does he look like a soldier to you, this fellow?
I don't know. He may be some general or something.
You never can tell these days. You never can tell, can you, Mr. Leonard? I got news for you. This is Brigadier General Leonard D. Weddington, retired to the U.S. Army Air Force.
How about that? All right.
Swell guy you never want to meet, eh?
Oh, yes, very swell.
You betcha. Well, now, don't look so aghast here now, Texas. Take it easy there, Corporal Shute. What do you think of him, General?
Well, like all our American soldiers, he can really dish it out.
Yeah. And he can take it, too. Thank you very much, General Weddington, for being such a wonderful sport.
It was a pleasure to be here. It's been my last pleasure to be a part of the U.S. Army. And may I say there's a great opportunity for the youth of this country to get a career for themselves by joining the United States Army. Good night, everybody.
Good night, General Leonard D. Weddington. Thank you very much, sir. What the General said is true. A great career for the youth of this country is join the United States Army. Good night, General. And thank you, too, Corporal Shute.
Thank you.
You feel better now?
Oh, very, very.
Yes. Now, wait a minute. Here's a beautiful new leather wallet for you. And if you open it up, you'll find $100 in it there for you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, boy. And for your mother, send this to your mother. A big red box of Does. And that box is one soap for all your wash, dirty things, pretty things. Does everything. Okay, here they come. Stand by, America. Stand by. We're going to make the first call in our Walking Man contest for the American Heart Association. It might be you we're calling. If this person correctly identifies the Walking Man... Hello? If this person correctly identifies the Walking Man, he or she receives the giant jackpot of prizes. Here we go. Operator, get me Chicago, Illinois. Chicago, Illinois. There have been very few of the really large cities called in this contest lately. If this person cannot identify the Walking Man, we'll make a second call to the person who wrote the second best entry. And if you... Hello, Chicago. Our NBC operator will give you a number to call in Chicago. Will you ring it, please? Thank you. So far, we have found that the Walking Man is not President Truman, Lewis B. Mayer, J. Edgar Hoover, James E. West, Ed Crump, Herbert Marshall, Henry Kaiser, Bing Crosby, Colonel Edward J. Baker, Richard Dix, Walter Houston, Eddie Cantor, Winston Churchill, James Petrillo, Robert E. Hannigan, Joe Louis, Bulldog Drummond, Ned Weaver is Bulldog Drummond, wasn't he? Andy Verapapa, nor Alvin C. York. Colonel Edward J. Baker. Who was that? Anyhow, I never did find out. Hello! Yes! Hello! Hello, she says. Is this Mrs. Florence Hubbard of 48 North Waller Avenue, Chicago, Illinois? You're sort of shaky there, Mrs. Hubbard. How are you? You what? You can't hear me very well. I'll talk a little closer now. Can you hear me now? Yes, all right. This is Ralph Edwards of Truth or Consequences. Congratulations on your fine entry statement on why we should all support the American Heart Association. The judges selected your entry as number 1 for this week's call, so you get an opportunity to identify the Walking Man. Are you ready? Yes. All right. And you're allowed only one answer. Tell us who you think is the Walking Man. What's that? You say Jack Benny? You say Jack Benny. Mrs. Hubbard, don't faint. Jack Benny is correct, and you win the giant jackpot of prizes. Hang on. Don't go away from the microphone. Don't go away there, my dear. I'll check the name on all this now. Oh, man, this is the longest one yet. And Mrs. Hubbard, Florence Hubbard, a Chicago housewife, I suppose. How do you feel, Mrs. Hubbard? You work for the best firm in Chicago, you say? What is it? Yes, I heard you work for the best firm. What's the name of it? What company? Carson something.
Purity Stock. What is it? Oh, a department store. Carson Perry Scott & Company. Are you a sales clerk there? All right. Now, take it easy. Take it easy. You're not going to cry on me, are you? Huh? Well, that's a girl. All right. Now, are you married? You're a widow. Do you have any children? I see. None. Can you use the prizes? Silly question. Can you use the prizes? Oh, I say, can you use the prizes? Yes, you can. I know. She's so excited this late. Oh, that's good. All right. Now, I tell you what, I'm not going to ask too many questions because I want to invite you to Truth or Consequences next week to be our guest here at the show so we can find out all about you. We want all the nation, too, to hear the walking man's own feelings about this, so we'll hear about you in detail next week on Truth or Consequences. Mrs. Hubbard, is that all right? Yes, you will come out and be our guest? You will have to ask Carson Perry and Stock. Yes, I know. But I mean, if they say it's okay. Look, there are only 30 million people listening. Let's see. All right. Good. And your address again? Your address is 40 North Waller Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. All right. Now, then you will be here next week on Truth or Consequences. How did you determine the identity of the walking man as being Jack Benny? Oh, I can say the name, Jack. You can tell me, but it's quite long. In other words, you went through the riddle, you knocked it down, it'd take you a while to explain it. All right, yes, I realize it would take you time to explain it, so you explain it on the air next week. Will you do that? Now, don't go away, because I'm going to bring in the walking man, Jack Benny, in just 1 second. Now, hang on. First of all, let's have a fanfare from the organ. Now, Duz nominates this week's Dishpan Duzzer. She's Mrs. C.W. Lockhart, 4220 Hereford Street, St. Louis, Missouri.
Congratulations, Mrs. Lockhart. You found that Duz does everything in the dishpan, too, from whizzing through the greasiest pans to taking ever-loving care of hands. Those Duz suds really have what it takes, folks. They're real soap suds that stand up till the last dish is done. Ounce for ounce, Duz makes more suds than any strong granulated soap. Changing to Duz can mean softer, smoother hands, too. Join the Dishpan Duzzers now. Duz does everything.
That it does, Harlow. And now we're going to call in our walking man. This should be something to hear. We take you to Jack Benny at his walking man hideout. He, this week, is in a secret home in Beverly Hills. He's been in Palm Springs. We had the keepers down there, the Bennetts of Deepwell Ranch. We had to go to a private bedroom there that even they didn't know about at the time through a friend to get Jack Benny in the back bedroom there and all that kind of stuff to broadcast a couple of weeks. He also was waiting at a secret home here in Beverly Hills that we'll tell you about, not his own, of course. And now he's waiting at that microphone to talk to you. And here he is, the walking man, walking because he won't spend the money for cab fare. Walking man, that's a thing you overlook, sort of. If you knew the character of the man as a jokester, that there would be a comedy angle. But the factual angle is the walking man because Waukegan means walk again, as named by the Indians, and Jack Benny, of course, is from Waukegan, Illinois. So here he is, Jack Benny. Come in, Jack. Yes. Jack. You can talk now, Jack. Look, they know who you are. Jack, look, the contest is over. You can stop walking.
Thank goodness, my feet are killing me.
Yes, sir. There's a bravo for one of the grandest guys in the world. Well, Jack, it's all over. Wasn't it a wonderful experience? The whole country was trying to guess the identity of the walking man. On everybody's lips, it was, who is the walking man? Who's the walking man? And just imagine, it was you.
Yeah. I knew it all the time, Ralph. The first line in your jingle was a dead giveaway.
The first line?
Yeah. Second for Santa Claus, first for me. No. I caught on right away.
Yeah, now look, Jack, I know you're kidding. That was the jingle for Martha Graham in the Miss Hush contest. No, but seriously, what do you think of Mrs. Hubbard winning all those prizes? Isn't it exciting? What's the matter, Jack? Don't you think she deserved it?
Oh, yes.
Well, look, Jack, she sent in the winning letter.
Well, you should have seen the letter I sent in. My writers worked a week on it. I think I'll fire him and hire Mrs. Hubbard.
No, I know you're joking because you've kept it a real secret, and that I mean, and your writers will be the most surprised people of all.
Look, even Mary didn't know about it, and that's the truth.
I believe you, Jack. The listeners will be interested to know that we used the house of my production manager, Al Pascal, a bachelor, so no one would be around on Saturdays except Joe Kay, the engineer, who also was assigned to Clara Bow during the Mrs. Hutch contest. And, of course, all the sounds from the Walking Man were Jack Benny's own. When he tapped, danced, and whistled, that's what broke me up on the air. Well, Jack, now that it's all over, tell us how you felt being the Walking Man.
Well, Ralph, it was a great responsibility. I mean, all my life I was a clown, a buffoon, a violinist. And suddenly, I became the center of attention of the entire nation. It is something to me inside. One morning, while taking my daily walk, I looked up at the sky. It was the most beautiful blue you ever saw. Then, like magic, a white cloud appeared. It was so soft and fleecy. And right before my very eyes, it changed shape and form like a dream. And as I watched, it seemed to say something to me.
What did it say, Jack?
Royal Crown Cola. I knew that someday my name would be up there in smoke.
Yes, Jack, smoke from millions of Lucky Strike cigarettes.
Thanks. You've made F.E. Boone very happy.
Oh, but Jack, didn't any of your friends suspect you as being the Walking Man?
No, but I did have one close call. You know, it was my night to walk. Mm-hmm. The microphones were all set up. I put on my Walking Man shoes, and suddenly I made a horrible discovery.
What happened?
Mary had put rubber heels on the shoes.
Oh.
There wasn't a leather heel in the house.
What'd you do?
Well, I ran up to Mary's room and put on her patent leather pumps.
Well, did Mary suspect anything?
She suspected plenty, but not that I was the Walking Man.
Well, Jack, to get serious for a moment, we all want to thank you for unselfishly lending your time and name to this contest. The American Heart Association is now richer by over $1.5 million, and that is out of this world. It's a fellow with a heart like yours who helps the ailing hearts of America.
Well, Ralph, I want to thank you for choosing me as the Walking Man. It was a great honor to be part of this worthy cause. And on behalf of the American Heart Association, I want to thank all you people for sending in your contributions. I want to thank Mary for lending me her patent leather pumps. And my congratulations to you, Mrs. Hubbard, for sending in the winning letter. I'm sure you deserve to win. And Ralph.
Yes, Jack?
You should have seen my letter. It was a Lulu. By the way, Ralph.
Yes?
Would you ask Mrs. Hubbard if she would like to also be a guest on my show? Of course, if she can't come, see if we can get Carson, Peary, and Scott.
Right, yes, of course. All right. I know she'd be delighted to be a guest on your show a week from tomorrow. Okay, boy. Thanks a lot.
Okay, Ralph. And, by the way, Ralph,
yes.
If she doesn't want that Bendix, the Rochester and I could use it. See? We take in laundry, you know.
Yes, I know.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Man with a heart. Well, how does you do? Look who's here. It's our happy-to-go-duzzy singers and their merry washing machine.
Hello.
D-U-Z.
Put does in your washing machine.
Where clothes come out oh so clean.
White things whiten, colored things bright.
D-U-Z does everything.
From the roughest and the toughest to the whitest and the brightest.
No soap quite like does before.
Does is different. Does more.
When you does your wash, you'll sing.
D-U-Z does everything. D-U-Z.
Sensational, kids. Next week we'll explain all the clues, and we'll have Mrs. Hubbard here at our microphone. Thanks, Jack Benny. The American Heart Association has $1.5 million there. All right, Ralph Edwards saying good night, everybody.
Introducing Procter & Gamble's new Green Shampoo. Ever shampooed your hair with rainwater? Ever seen the softness, the shine it brings out in your hair? Then try this new Green with soft as rainwater action. How your hair will shine, sparkle with natural sheen. It'll feel soft, wonderfully, naturally soft. It's headline shampoo news. What this new Green with rainwater action can do for your hair. The new Green Shampoo. Try it and shine.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Procter & Gamble. The makers of Dove. Ralph Edwards, the consequences came to you from Hollywood.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Radio Network presents A Salute to Jack Benny. Tonight transcribed from New York, Hollywood, and Korea,
You'll hear Ethel Merman, Ronald and Benita Coleman, Mary Livingston, General James Van Fleet, William S. Haley, Ray Bloch's Orchestra, and the Abbot of the Friars, Milton Berle, all gathered to celebrate Jack Benny's 20th anniversary in radio. And now from the Waldorf Astoria, our master of ceremonies for the evening, Milton Berle.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, once in a great while a man comes along who stands out in his field, a man with not only great ability, but with fine character, understanding, and generosity. We know this man for his great accomplishments, his progressive thinking, and his remarkable leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have anticipated me. After all, how many men fit this description? I'm speaking of General James Van Fleet. Milton, we'll hear from the General later. And now a very few words from Jack Benny. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are familiar with our profession know that we of the theater have an organization known as the Friars. Years ago, when Jack Benny was a young friar... Cousin Milty. It's Uncle Milty. Oh. Well, anyway, Benny wanted to know why the Friars had never given a dinner for him, and they told him he hadn't earned the decision, or honor, I should say. It had to be some memorable occasion. That's kind of a mistake I can't figure out at all. Mr. Benny, when we call on you, you'll have a chance to die. To continue, would you please be quiet, Mr. Benny, while I'm doing my speech? If there had to be some memorable occasion, like, for instance, his 20th anniversary on the radio before we gave him a dinner. That was Jack's first year on the air, but he never forgot the Friars' promise, and ever since he's been waiting and eating very lightly. So, ladies and gentlemen, to explain my presence here tonight, I'll have to take you back to last summer, which I spent in Beverly Hills. I rented a house while I was there, and early one morning, my doorbell rang, and it was Jack Benny. I didn't attach any particular significance to the visit because Jack dropped in about once a week to read the latest magazines and make his phone calls. Well, I'll never forget. Hello, Jack.
Hello, Milton.
Jack, the New Look magazine just came in, and there's an easy chair by the telephone.
Thank you. Look at this picture of Dagmar and look. See, it's a big picture. Continued on page 40. See, where are my glasses? Oh, here they are. See, it's not a picture of Dagmar at all. It's a B-29. Now, Milton, I came over here today for another reason. Remember the Friars promised to give me a dinner on my 20th anniversary in radio?
I don't remember anything like that.
But, Milton, it's in the record. You're the abbot of the Friars, and I'm holding you to it.
Jack, let go of my lapel. If it means that much to you, when you get home, call Jesse Block in New York and tell him that I said to go ahead and arrange the dinner for you.
When I get home?
Oh, all right. You can call him from here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that's how this Jack Benny testimonial dinner came about. A short time later, I got a long-distance call from New York. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Burrow. This is Miss Simmons of the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Yes, Miss Simmons.
I'm calling for Mr. Paley. We were told that you are one of Jack Benny's closest friends.
Well, he and my telephone have been going together.
Well, since Mr. Benny is celebrating his 20th anniversary on the air this year, Mr. Paley would like to get him a gift, but he doesn't know what to buy.
Well, that is a problem. After all, what can you give a man like Jack Benny? He hasn't got anything. Let's see, Miss Simmons. Have you thought about giving him money?
Money? Money? But Mr. Paley would like to give him something that will last.
I guarantee you, when Benny gets his hands on a buck, that's the last of it.
But, Mr. Burl, money is such a cold gift.
Believe me, he's not interested in heat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Burl. I'll tell Mr. Paley what you said.
Would you mind laughing it up when you tell him?
Yes, Mr. Burl,
Thank
I
you
will.
very, very much. I knew Jack would be interested to learn that Mr. Paley had phoned, so I went around to see him. But Rochester said Jack had gone out with his violin to play at a gypsy wedding. So I dropped over again the next morning. Hello, Jack.
Oh, Uncle Milty. Come on in.
Jack, last night I got a call from Mr. Paley's secretary. It was about you.
Mr. Paley's secretary? About me? What'd you say? Is he mad at me? Is he mad?
No, Jack, no. No, Jack, take it easy. He isn't mad. Your radio show wasn't even mentioned.
Oh, good.
Take it, Jack, calm down, will you? Take it easy. Jack, what's the trouble? Why are you so nervous? You've been in the business for 20 years.
That's why I'm nervous. Tell me, Milton, what did Mr. Paley want? What did he want? I mean, what do you want? Come on, tell me. What do you want?
Well, if you stop asking me, I tell you. Now, just a minute, I'll be able to speak to you. Look, Jack, Mr. Paley wants to give you a present for your 20th anniversary on radio, and he wanted to know what I thought you would like. Naturally, I said cash.
Milton, you didn't. Cash. What must he think of me? A man like Mr. Paley. I'll take his check anytime. So what happened?
Shall I tell him? Well, I'll tell you what happened, Jack. When his secretary, when I spoke to her, she seemed to feel that money was too cold.
Well, who cares about he?
Jack, I already used that joke.
Oh.
Now, who's stealing from who?
That's whom.
I'm sorry.
Say, Milton, not to change the subject, but when I'm in New York, I'll have a few free evenings, and I don't mind working. So if you should happen to hear of any weddings or anything, keep me in mind.
All right, Jack. Well, I got to run along now.
Okay. Say, if you get a chance to remind Mr. Paley about, you know what, tell him it would be very acceptable.
All right. See you in New York, Jack.
Yeah. So long, Milton.
So long, sport.
Gee, that was a good-looking suit Milton had on. Wonder if he's got as much money as I have. Nah. Well, I might as well get packed. When I hear about a gift from Mr. Paley, I get ideas. Wonder how much he would give me. No, that'd be too much. On the other hand, you never can tell, after what's $20 to a man like Mr. Paley. Da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-da-da-dee-dum. It might be 30 or even 40. Da-dee. Just a minute. Oh, hello, Dollface.
Hello, Jack. I'm all finished packing, Jack, and I thought I'd drop in and give you a hand.
Gee, thanks, Mary. Come on in. I was just getting my things together. Well, here's all the stuff.
Gee, what an old satchel.
Well, it's a very expensive bag. It was a gift.
That figures.
That figures.
I'm sorry.
Now, you come over here to help me or heckle me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, I'll pack this bag for you. Bathrobe, slippers, socks, handkerchiefs, spats.
See, I forgot to tell you, before you came in, Milton Berle was here, and guess what? Mr. Paley is getting me a present for my 20th anniversary. Isn't that nice?
Yes, and I'm glad you reminded me, Jack. So you taking the airline's limousine out to the airport?
No, a friend of mine is going to drive me out there. Why should I ride in their limousine and sit with a lot of strangers? Well, I better pack my personal things. Hand me that, Mary.
Which one? The one with the curls or the one with the bangs?
Both of them, and throw in the gray one, too. It'll probably be snowing in New York.
You better put a leash on. It might be windy, too.
Very funny, Mary. There's the door now. Busy, busy, busy. I should have waited until I left town before I gave Rochester his day off.
Oh, I'll get it, Jack.
Let's see, have I forgotten anything? Mouthwash, shoe polish, tetanus powders, vitamin pills, and pablum. And there's my bank book. Gee, the last page is almost all filled up. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dee-da-dee, da-dee-da-dee-dum. I'll need a new one. I'll need a new one.
Jack, that was the fellow outside with the meat truck.
Oh, that's Murray, my butcher. What did he say?
Well, he has to make a few deliveries, but he'll be back in a half hour to take you to the airport.
Good, good.
And the back of the truck is crowded, so you'll have to ride 3 in the front seat.
Is there another passenger?
No, it's a side of beef.
I don't care, as long as I don't have to sit in the middle, you know. Da-dum, ba-bum, ba-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-da.
Are you going to call Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman?
If I have time, I'll call him from the airport.
Oh, okay.
Da-dum, ba-bum, ba-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum.
Hello?
Hello, I have a call for Mr. or Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Well, this is Mrs. Coleman.
This is collect from Mr. Jack Benny. Will you accept the charges?
Oh, long distance?
No, it's a local call.
Oh. Well, all right. Wait a minute. I didn't think you could make a local call collect.
Neither did I, but he talked me into it.
Well, put him on. Hello?
Hello, Benita? Oh, Benita, this is Jack Benny. I'm at the airport. The reason I reversed the charges is that I didn't have any change.
How'd you get the operator?
Somebody was here before me, and I caught the receiver in midair.
Well, why are you calling, Jack? Is anything the matter?
No, I just want you to do me a favor. You see, I'm leaving for New York, and I wondered, while I'm gone, if you and Ronnie would take care of my parrot. See, I hate to leave Polly in a strange pet shop.
Well, I don't know. Jack, would you hold the wire?
Certainly, it's your money. I mean, as long as you wish, of course.
Oh, Ronnie?
What is it, Benita?
I have something to tell you. Have you finished shaving?
Finished shaving? What difference does that make?
Well, I don't want to tell you while you still have the razor in your hand.
Oh, it's all right. I've quite finished. What is it?
Jack Benny's on the phone. Ronnie, why did you break the mirror?
Well, as long as they're having bad luck, let's have a reason. What does Mr. Benny want now?
Well, he's going to New York.
Good.
And he wants us to take care of his parrot while he's gone.
His parrot? Benita, do you think I could stand having his parrot around for the next 2 weeks singing when you say I beg your pardon and I'll come back to you? What? I'll talk to Benny.
Now, darling, now don't get yourself all upset.
Hello. Yes, Benita. This is Ronnie. Oh, hello, Ronnie. Look, I'm going to New York because the Friars Club is giving me a testimonial dinner. Jack, Benita told me what you wanted, and it's out of the question. We cannot take care of your parrot. You can't? No. And frankly, I think a request like that is an imposition on your part. Well... You mean? That's definite, Jack, and I see no reason to discuss it further.
Well, all right, Ronnie. That's the way you feel about it? Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What did he say, Ronnie?
Well, for once, my dear, I did the talking. I told him we wouldn't take care of his parrot, and that's all there was to it.
What's Jack going to New York for?
The Friars are giving him a dinner.
But why?
Well, they've given dinners for everybody. I suppose they've simply run out of people.
Yes. I read something about it. It's his 20th anniversary on the radio.
Say, Benita, do you think we'll have to buy him a gift?
Oh, I suppose so. He's already taken out ads in the trade papers thanking us for it.
He's a sly one. He does the same thing at Christmas. Well, if we have to give him something, we'll just... I'll take it, darling. Hello?
Hello, Ronnie. This is Jack again.
Yes?
Ronnie, the reason I called back is that I've been thinking that perhaps I was too harsh with you a few minutes ago, especially when I hung up.
Oh, on the contrary, Jack, it was I who was harsh with you.
Oh, that's just like you, Ronnie, trying to take the blame. But this time I won't let you.
Oh, but I want the blame.
No, Ronnie, our friendship means too much to both of us. Now, let's not allow a silly quarrel to come between us. And, Ronnie, you don't have to take care of my parrot. Just leave her in my house alone. No one to take care of her. No one to feed her. No one to cover her up at night. No one to change her water every day. No one to talk to her. No one to even care if she wants a cracker. Just leave her there, Ronnie. Goodbye.
Ronnie, you're crying. Who is that you were talking to?
Bessie Davis. Excuse me, Benita. I'm going over and get Jack's parrot.
Gee, it's good to be back in New York again, walking down Broadway, the Great White Way. There's Judy Garland at the Palace, Jane Wyman in the Blue Veil, Phil Silvers at the Winter Garden, Bert Lahr at
Jack! Oh, Jack!
What? Why, Ethel Merman.
Jack, when did you get in town?
A few days ago. Oh, say, Ethel, you know about the dinner the Friars are giving me for my 20th anniversary on the radio?
Yes, I heard about it, and I'd love to go, but I don't think I can make it.
But why? You don't have to bring an expensive gift, you know? I mean, I'd appreciate almost anything.
It isn't that, Jack, but I'm going to be busy.
Ethel, let me tell you something. There'll be a lot of important booking agents and producers at the dinner, and who knows? If you got up and sang a few numbers, you might get yourself a job.
A job? But, Jack,
You're no buts. You're still a young woman, Ethel, and you should be working. You know, if you make good on a club date, you might land a part in a show.
Jack, I'm trying to tell you that I'm in a show.
I mean on Broadway.
It is on Broadway. Call Me Madam. It's in its second year.
It is?
Jack, what's the last show you saw?
Peg O' My Heart. It was great. I'll never forget that scene when she came home with the baby in her arms and her father put her out of the house. They don't write shows like that anymore.
Jack, why don't you do a play on Broadway?
Oh, there's nothing I can do.
That's right.
Wait a minute. Don't give up so easily. Okay, what kind of a play could I do, Ethel?
Oh, I can see you doing something by Shakespeare. Hamlet, King Lear, Richard III, Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Juliet?
But Ethel, Laurence Olivier did such a wonderful job as Romeo.
I was thinking of the other part.
That always happens to me when I wear the curly one. Try to get to my dinner, will you,
I
Ethel?
will, Jack. It'll be wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a genuine pleasure to welcome all of you to this historic night for show business, the Friars' testimonial dinner to one of his most distinguished sons, Jack Benny, on the occasion of his 20th anniversary in radio. Gathered here are important personages from every part of American life and more stars than there are in the heavens. I can think of no more appropriate way to get these exciting proceedings underway than to have one of Broadway's great performers sing the theme song Irving Berlin wrote for our profession, There's No Business Like Show Business. Ladies and gentlemen, Ethel Merman.
Business like show business, like no business I know. Everything about it is appealing. Everything the traffic allows. Nowhere can you get that happy feeling when you are feeling that extra bow. There's no people like show people. They smile when they are lost. Yesterday they told you you would not go far. That night you open, and there you are. Next day on your dressing room, they are a star. Let's go on with our show. The costumes, the scenery, the makeup, the props, the audience that lifts you when you're down. The headaches, the heartaches, the backaches, the flops. The cherub who will start you out of town. The opening when your heart beats like a drum. The closing when the customers don't come. There's no business like show business, like no business I know. You get word before the show has started. That your favorite uncle died at dawn. And top of that, your grandma has parted. You're broken-hearted, but you go on. There's no people like show people. They smile when they are lost. Even with a turkey that you know will fold, you may be stranded out in the cold. Still, you wouldn't change it for a sack of gold. Let's go on with our show. Let's go on with our show.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ethel Merman. That was really magnificent. And now, as abbot of the Friars, I'm very honored to introduce our next speaker, Mr. William S. Paley.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Gee, he speaks well, doesn't he? I wonder what kind of a present he's going to give me.
Quiet, Jack, quiet, please.
When a man reaches the stage in his career where his friends and associates set aside an occasion to honor his achievements, then indeed that man may consider himself a success.
Hey, Melody, did Mr. Paley mention what he was going to give me?
No, and be quiet, will you?
Jack Benny is a success, not only because of his inherent talent, but because of his diligence, perseverance, his loyalty, and his unquestioned perspicacity.
Uncle Millie, what's perspicacity?
I don't know. Nobody ever called me that, and I've been a very big hit.
I wonder what he's going to get to my present.
Well, now, please, be patient, will you, Jack? Don't get nervous.
In my capacity as his employer, I have been in a position to observe his great qualities, and I am proud of my association with this fine and generous humanitarian.
Who's he talking about now?
It's still me. Why doesn't he get to my price?
Why don't you shut up?
All right.
On an occasion such as this, it is customary to present the guest of honor with a gift.
Here it comes, Milton. Here it comes.
Jack, get down off the table.
Look, Mr. Paley's putting his hand in his pocket. Da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum.
Jack, for heaven's sake, stop it. Mr. Paley is looking at you.
Will Mr. Jack Benny please rise?
Get up. I can't. My knees are shaking. Help me, Milton. Huh?
Here, hold on to my arm.
There you are.
Jack Benny, on behalf of the Columbia Broadcasting System, as a token of our friendship and affection, I take great pleasure in presenting you with this beautiful scroll. Jack! What's the matter with him, Milton?
He's fainted. Let's go on with the dinner.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had our little fun at Jack's expense. But speaking seriously, we at CBS love Jack Benny, and I know that our listeners will want to join with me in thanking him from our hearts for the pleasure and wonderful entertainment he has given us since he started on the air. Also, we hope that he will continue on the air at least until he's 59, another 20 years. Jack has always lived up to the fine, unselfish tradition of show business. And again, he has been among the first to give of his time and talent for worthwhile causes. During the past summer, Jack went to Korea to perform for our troops who were so badly in need of entertainment. There he made friends of both GIs and generals. May we take you now to Korea, where you will hear the voice of the commanding general of the 8th Army, General James Van Fleet.
As Commanding General of the 8th Army, I am very happy to have this formal opportunity of expressing my appreciation to Mr. Jack Benny and his entire troop of performers for their fine work among my troops in Korea. A good soldier is a soldier who can relax at the proper time and enjoy himself. Mr. Benny and his associates afforded my command that opportunity for relaxation. Speaking for them, Jack, I know their morale was enhanced considerably by your recent visit. It's my belief that you are an American tradition in the entertainment world. In Korea, for my men, it was like seeing and meeting an old friend, because for these many years you have been coming into our American homes as our welcome guest. Thanks, Jack, for coming over. 8th Army wishes you continued years of success.
Now here's Jack Benny. Ladies and gentlemen, this was really a thrill for me. And I want to thank my friends in and out of show business for making this one of the greatest.
Dennis Day.
Oh, what makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes, and
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Colgate Dental Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing A Fellow with an Umbrella.
I'm just a fella with an umbrella, looking for a girl who'll save her love for a rainy day. I'm just a fella with an umbrella, glad to see the skies of blue have turned into skies of gray. Raindrops have brought us together, and that's what I long to see. Maybe the break in the weather will prove to be a break for me. I'll be the fella with an umbrella, if you'll be the girl who'll save her love for a rainy day. Raindrops have brought us together, and that's what I long to see. Maybe the break in the weather will prove to be a break for me. So I'll be the fella with an umbrella, if you'll be the girl who'll save all for a rainy day.
And now, here is a very important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000. A grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life.
And that's not all. There are thousands of prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest.
1949 Ford sedan.
Westinghouse laundromat.
From Silver Fox scarves.
Toastmaster toasters.
Yes, 2,336 prizes in all.
And it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Di-da, 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 di-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or get an official entry blank from your dealer which gives you the easy rules. Include your own and dealer's name and address and mail with the black bands from one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive Soap to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York.
And now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Di-da, 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 di-da.
Mail your entry blank with the black bands from Palmolive Soap to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. Enter early, enter often.
Get Palmolive Soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
To our dear friend, Mr. Anderson, a more brutal evening than one spent at the Weaverville Town Hall listening to a visiting soprano gargle her way through a concert is difficult to imagine. Yet it's exactly this ordeal he faces tonight, for Mrs. Anderson considers the affair a cultural must. Naturally, he'd give his eye teeth to be absent, but in view of his wife's feelings in the matter, a refusal might entail the loss of some of his front ones as well. So we find him now pouring out his woes into the sympathetic ear of our young hero, Dennis Day.
Oh, now it can't be that bad, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, it's worse, my boy. Imagine sitting there all night while some woman yowls herself blue in the face.
Well, refuse to go. You're a man. You wear the pants in the family, don't you?
Oh, sure, I wear the pants all right. Only Poopsie keeps cutting the suspenders.
Oh, in other words, she says you have to go, huh?
Oh, no. No, all she said was, whether I go to this concert or not was a matter of my own volition.
Volition?
It's from the Latin. Means either go or get carried.
Oh, I see.
I don't know how much longer I can stand this treatment, Dennis. Someday I've got to assert myself with my wife. Someday I've got to assume my proper place in this marriage before it's too late.
How long have you been married now?
25 years.
Yeah, you better hurry or the honeymoon will be over.
I'm going to. Dennis, my mind is made up. I'm not going to that concert. I'm finally going to tell Poopsie off.
Gosh, do you mean it?
Certainly. Isn't anything better than slavery?
Well, I don't know. Personally, I'd rather tote that bale and keep breathing.
No, I wouldn't. We're going to rehearse my speech to her right now, Dennis. Now, you make believe that you're Poopsie, and you've just walked into the room.
Okay, how do you want her? As usual or smiling?
As usual.
All right, here we go. Well, Herbert, are you ready to go to the concert?
Shut up.
What? I asked you whether you were ready to go to the concert.
Stop flapping your big trap. I'm not going to any concert tonight or any other night. Understand, kiddo? And if you don't like it, you can lump it.
Want to bet which one she does?
I'd just like to see her try it. Those are going to be my exact words, Dennis. I'm going to tell her plenty. I'm going to...
Well, Herbert, are you ready to go to the concert?
Yes, Poopsie.
Well, you can take off that tuxedo because you're not going.
Not going?
Gosh, maybe you're scared of my mental telepathy.
It's simply that Mrs. Van Nostrand just got back in town today and couldn't get a ticket for the concert, so I gave her Herbert's.
Oh, my. You mean I'm to be deprived of hearing Madame Slobotnik sing 112 folk songs in the original Lithuanian, accompanying herself on the glockenspiel?
It can't be helped. You know what a feather it'll be in my cap to be seen with Mrs. Van Nostrand, the acknowledged social leader of the whole town.
Oh, you bet. Well, don't mind me. I'll stay home alone tonight.
Don't be so happy about it. I've hidden your binoculars. And besides, that blonde moved out.
Oh.
Now come along upstairs and help me get dressed.
Yes, dear.
And this time, take off your shoes. Last time you laced up my corset, I had the imprint of your heel on my back for a week.
At your service, love. Oh, hi, Mildred. My, you look very nice.
Oh, thank you, Daddy. Well, what do you think of me, Dennis?
Boy, is that a dress.
Ooh. My new strapless formal. And judging from the look in your eye, you kind of like it.
Yeah, I was just thinking, if you tell me how you keep it up, I could throw away my garters.
Silly. Oh, excuse me. Hello? Oh, yes, Mrs. Van Osten. Oh, my goodness, your nurse? Golly. Yes, of course, Mrs. Van Osten. Yes, I will. Goodbye. Oh, gosh.
Mildred, what's this?
Was that the phone, Mildred?
Yes, Mother, and I'm afraid it's bad news. Mrs. Van Osten's nurse just quit, and she can't get anyone to stay with little Gerald.
You mean she can't go to the concert? But she's got to. I've told everyone in town I'd be with her.
But, Mother, if she can't find anyone to take care of...
Wait a minute. Dennis.
Oh, no, not me. That Gerald is the worst little brat in town.
Dennis, I want Mrs. Van Nostrand at that concert. Is that clear?
Are you kidding? I wouldn't stay with her son for $1 million.
Dennis Day.
You think 50 cents an hour would be too much?
Now, you understand, Mr. Day, my Gerald is not an ordinary child. And I'm extremely careful about seeing that he's in the right hands. That is the reason for this interview.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, just exactly what do you know about sitting?
Oh, there's nothing to it. I just squat and then lose altitude till I make contact.
Mr. Day, we are not discussing your physical triumphs.
We're not?
No. Now tell me once and for all, what do you know about growing boys?
Well, frankly, I've never grown any.
What?
I mean, I never had any of my own, but my mother and father did.
Yes. And I imagine they pause every now and then to curse each other about it.
Beg pardon?
Mr. Day, do you really think I'd trust a child like my Gerald with someone like you?
But gosh, Mrs. Van Nostrand...
A high-strung, nervous youngster like my Gerald, who's already tried to run away from home twice.
He has?
Yes. Not that I can understand why. I've always spent a great deal of time with him.
Could that be a clue?
Never mind. The point is, I certainly don't want you taking care of him, and that's just final.
But gee, Mrs. Anderson will kill me if you don't go to that... Wait a minute, I've got an idea. Suppose I call Mr. Anderson and have him come over. The two of us could sit with Gerald.
Mr. Anderson? Well, I do want to hear that concert. All right, call him. I guess Mr. Anderson can handle the boy.
Oh, sure. Little Gerald may have a few pounds on him, but Herbie's pretty fast on his feet. Come on, Gerald, let's finish your homework before Mr. Anderson gets back with the ice cream. Now, once more, what is the largest city in Australia?
Why don't you jump in the lake?
Gerald, you must never answer a question with a question.
Ah, put that book away. I had enough of this junk.
Gerald, that's no attitude. You've got to do your homework, son. You don't want to grow up and be a big dumbbell, do you?
What's the matter? You hate the life you lead?
Never mind. You want to amount to something, don't you?
Not me. I'm going to be an actor.
An actor?
Sure. That's the greatest life in the world. Every time my mother leaves me alone, I try running away. But the sitters are always too smart for... Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
You know something? You're right about getting an education. I better get the rest of my books and study real hard.
Yeah, now you're talking.
They're in this closet. Would you get them for me?
You bet. Hey, where are they? I don't see them.
Back a little further. That's it. Okay, wise guy.
Gerald, hey, you locked me in.
Come on, sucker. I'm taking the next train to Hollywood.
Gerald, wait. Come back. Help, Gerald. Let me out.
Dennis, are you sure he came down here at the station? You see him anywhere?
No, but Oh, wait a minute. There he is. Huh? See? On the other side of that iron gate.
Oh, my gosh. We can't even get our hands on him. How can we stop him from getting on that train?
Come on. I have an idea. Maybe we can talk him out of it. Just follow any lead I throw.
Okay.
Hello, Gerald.
You mean goodbye, sucker. My train leaves in 5 minutes.
Okay. If you want to go to a sad, unhappy, uneducated life, that's your lookout.
What do you mean, uneducated? Who are you saying ain't got no education?
You. Don't you know you can't be an actor unless you know how to speak English?
Okay, so I'll go on the radio. That Jimmy Durante does okay without the English language.
Gerald, I'm glad you mentioned him. You think Jimmy Durante's a happy man. I happen to know that behind that gay, carefree nose beats a broken heart.
Yeah? How would you know?
Well, I'm going to tell you a secret I've never mentioned in public before. My real name is Jimmy Durante, Gerald.
What? You're nuts.
You don't believe it, huh, kiddo? Okay, I'll tell you a story. I'm driving down Sunset Boulevard one day in my moron-colored convertible with the white sidewall tires. I'm dressed in the usual Hollywood fashion, to wit, me violet beret, me orange-colored sweatshirt, open enough to show a glimpse of me heliotrope waistcoat, be decked in me fuchsia slacks with chartreuse open sneakers. All of a sudden, a motorcycle gendarme flags me to the curb. I says, "What's the matter?" I was only going 50 miles an hour. And he says, "I know. I just wanted to hear you talk." How was I mortified? And Gerald, what did I have to talk about? Did I know the biggest city in Australia? No. Did I know how to square a hypotenuse? I don't even know what they eat. Don't grow up like me. A miserable, uneducated millionaire, Gerald. It's ignominious.
Just because you are.
But they are, Gerald. Even the greatest of them. Men like Sir Harry Lauder, a success on every continent. He was just as sad.
Sir Harry Lauder? Who's he?
Oh, he was before your time, Gerald. Way back in the beginning of show business, when they didn't even know whether Phil Spitali's orchestra would be a boy or a girl. But I know all about him because, you see, Sir Harry Lauder was just one of my stage names.
What? He was you, too?
Ach, aye, laddie. That's how it was. Aye, and what a hit I was, too, with my kilts and my tat and my tam. Back when the century was new. Aye, the music comes back to me new. If you'll close your ears, maybe you can hear it, too, just the way I used to sing.
I've seen lots of bonny lassies on my travels wide. But my heart is centered new on Bunny Kate McBride. And although I'm no a fella that would throw a word away, I'm surprised sometimes myself at all I've got to say. Roamin' in the gloamin' on the bonny banks of Clyde, roamin' in the gloamin' with my lassie by my side. When the sun has gone to rest, that's the time that we love best. Oh, it's lovely roamin' in the gloamin', man, I'm telling you. Last night after strolling, we got in at 9:30. And sitting at the kitchen fire, I asked her to be mine. When she promised, I got up and I danced the heel and fling. I've just been to the jeweller's and I bought her a bonny wee ring. Oh, roamin' in the gloamin' on the bonny banks of Clyde, roamin' in the gloamin' with my lassie by my side. When the sun has gone to rest, that's the time that we love best. Oh, it's lovely roamin' in the roamin' in the gloamin' on the bonny banks of Clyde, roamin' in the gloamin' with my lassie by my side. When the sun has gone to rest, that's the time that we love best. Oh, it's lovely roamin' in the gloamin'. Oh, it's lovely roamin' in the gloamin'.
Ach, aye, Larry, that's the way I used to warble. But when I get home at night to my 150-room house and my 1,200 servants, my head butler used to say to me,
Blimey, good evening, you bally bloomin' lordship, sir.
Greetings, Tiffin, old man. Ach, and it's as happy as every year, this bra-brick moonlight next to next, I see.
Yes, your lordship, much happier than you.
Aye.
For you see, you didn't concentrate on your education when you were little Gerald's age.
Aye.
And now, in spite of your great wealth, you don't know the biggest city in blinking old Australia.
Aye.
Right so, Governor.
You see what I mean, Gerald?
Oh, who cares about an old Scotchman? You just show me a big success on the American stage who feels that way.
All right. Have you ever heard of the Andrews sisters, my boy?
Now, don't tell me you're all three of them.
Oh. No, that'd be silly. I'm only one.
What?
Sure. And my friend here, Mr. Anderson, is another. You hear us sing and you think we're happy. But are we? Listen closely and see if you can't detect a sad note beneath it all.
He was a famous trumpet man from out Chicago way. He had a boogie style that no one else could play. He was the top man of his past. But then his number came up and he was gone with the draft. He's in the army now, a blowing reveille. He's the boogie woogie bugle boy of Company B. A toot-a-toot-a-toot-a-toot. He blows it eight to the bar. In boogie rhythm, he can't go a note unless the patron guitar is playing with him.
Makes the company jump,
when he plays reveille. He's the boogie-woogie bugle boy of Company B.
He was a boogie-woogie bugle boy of Company B. And while he plays boogie-woogie bugle, he was busy as a biz-bee. And when he plays, he makes the company jump eight to the bar. He's the boogie-woogie bugle boy of Company B. Toot-toot-toot-toodly-yada, toodly-yada, toot-toot, he blows it eight to the bar.
He can't blow a note if the bass and guitar are again.
The company jumps when he plays reveille. He's the boogie-woogie bugle boy of Company B. The company jumps when he plays reveille. He's the boogie-woogie bugle boy of Company B.
That was super, Maxine.
Yes, solid murder, Laverne girl. What did you think, Patty?
Oh, don't even ask her. She's still broken up because that Sydney fella threw her over.
Yeah, that was a shame.
Yeah. It looked like such a beautiful romance, too.
Yeah, until that awful day when he asked her to name the biggest city in Australia.
Yes, that was the day she lost Sydney.
What good are all the diamonds and yachts and Cadillacs and swimming pools? She can't even name the biggest city in Australia.
Oh, I'll bet she wishes she had concentrated on her education when she was Gerald's age. Say, if we know the name of the biggest city in Australia, we could tell her and maybe she could get Sydney back.
Yes, let's see now. What could it be? Kangaroo?
No. Gee, that Sydney can ask some tough ones.
Wait a minute. Sydney. That gives me an idea. I think I've got it.
What?
It's Singapore.
Of course.
See, Gerald, the Andrews sisters have their troubles, too.
Yeah, I guess so.
I tell you, they're all unhappy. Every last one of them. Jack Benny, Al Jolson, Sophie Tucker.
Gosh, Sophie Tucker, too?
Oh, the unhappiest of them all, and I ought to know.
Oh, no, you don't mean...
Yep, my maiden name. I remember how I used to get out there on the stage of the old palace and really rock the place. I tell you, there was never anyone like old Soph.
You'll miss me, honey. Some of these days you'll feel so lonely. You'll miss my hugging. You'll miss my kissing. You'll miss me, honey, when you go away. I feel so lonely. Just for you only, for you know, honey, you've had your way. And when you leave me, I know it will grieve me. You're gonna miss your big fat mama some of these days.
So you see, Gerald, nobody on the stage is happy. In spite of their yachts and rubies and palaces, they're all miserable.
Gee, honest?
Sure. You've got to have an education if you want to amount to something in this world.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Here's my railroad ticket, pal.
Oh, good golly, is that a load off my mind? Oh, wait a minute, Dennis. Where are you going? To turn the boy's ticket in?
What? Swimming pools, yachts, diamonds, furs, Cadillacs? I'm taking the next train to Hollywood.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. From the picture, That Lady in Ermine, here's Dennis to sing This Is the Moment.
This is the moment. This is the time. Why don't we take it and make it sublime? On this rare night we could whisper in the shadows till dawn. As skies go bright, I'll be sorry that the shadows are gone. This is the moment love has begun. Maybe there's danger, but that might be fun. I used to say if the right one came my way, I would know it in a moment. This is the moment.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
For soft, gleaming, glamorous hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty new cream shampoo. In tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Be a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And say, some good friends of yours are moving next week. Blondie, Dagwood, J.C. Dithers, the whole Blondie radio family move to Wednesday nights on most of these stations. We hope you'll be home to welcome them and listen to Blondie every Wednesday. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Voice of America presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Coleman.
And Benita Coleman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College. Now, The Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy.
Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. For the past week, administrative chores have been delegated as much as possible because President William Todhunter Hall and his wife Victoria have been and are deeply involved with a benefit theatrical production for the undergraduate Ivy players. Written, acted, and presented by the staff and known as the Faculty Follies. This is the first rehearsal day, and the halls are waiting for Sidney Mullins, manager of the student players, to arrive with a progress report. Dr. Hall is saying,
and I find it very stimulating. Whether it is the variation from my usual routine or the excitement of a theatrical production, I don't know, but I find myself thinking much too little of budgets, endowments, and curriculums, and much too much of costumes, scenery, and how does one do an off to Buffalo? And by the way, what is an off to Buffalo?
This is sort of a sideways down step that takes you off stage, darling. But you won't have to do it.
Oh.
After you finish your number, you just get up from the piano, acknowledge the thunderous applause, and walk off.
Yes, but suppose there is no applause, thunderous or otherwise. What do I do then? Blush and hide under the piano?
Oh, you're much too modest, darling. I'm not worried about you being a success. What I'm worried about is Mr. Wellman.
Mr. Wellman?
Well, yes. He says he's going to keep us from putting the show on. How do you suppose he intends to do it?
Oh, my love, I haven't the hardihood to follow a thought through the devious convolutions of the Wellman mind. The way is badly lighted, damp with tears never shed, and pitted with the graves of kindly deeds struck down in their youth.
Maybe he intends to set the Board of Governors against us, and what will you do about that?
Oh, I've already done it. I have polled the members separately and collectively. I sold each of them a block of tickets, thus putting them in the position of protecting an investment.
Toddy, you're wonderful.
Oh, no, not really, darling. I'm just resourceful, ingenious, clever, alert, cunning, and shrewd. Also available Saturday afternoons for babysitting, dog walking, and instruction on the Mandarin. No, my darling, my only trouble with the Board of Governors was keeping them from participating in the show.
You mean as entertainers?
I don't mean that, but they did. I had no idea there was so much talent lying around loose. I use the word talent loosely, and the word loose advisedly. It seems that our governing board numbers among its members 2 zither players, 1 silhouette cutter, 4 baritones of the Nelson Eddy or give a man a horse he can ride type, and 1 latter-day Houdini who specializes in removing his vest without taking off his coat.
No contortionists?
Oh, they were all contortionists.
What?
Well, you should have seen them bending over backwards to be polite and bowing me out at the same time.
Oh, yes, sounds like quite a trick. And we mustn't forget that old juggler, Mr. Wellman, who keeps everybody up in the air at once. And I wish I knew what he was.
Well, that must be our junior impresario, Sidney Mullins.
Yeah, I'll let him in.
Well, I hope he's lined up a better brand of talent among our professors.
Hello, Sidney. Come right in.
Hiya, Mrs. Hall. I hope you ate your crunchy munchies this morning. You'll need your strength when you hear Professor Heaslip make a bum out of Shakespeare. Hello, Dr. Hall.
Hello, Sidney. I gather you think Professor Heaslip lacks a certain something as a Shakespearean actor.
Oh, he's not too bad. Which is my first falsehood today.
Well, Shakespeare was superstitious. He made it 12th night because he was afraid Professor Heaslip had played on the 13th.
Well, let's not be harsh. Except for you, Victoria. We are all amateurs.
Well, except for Sidney here, too. He said when he was a little boy in the theater, he didn't have a chance to play baseball. So the Chinese acrobats used to toss him back and forth with their feet.
Oh, it was a great childhood, believe me. I was 18 before I knew Drop the Handkerchief was a game. Yeah, I thought it was just something the pretty girl in the Spangles did before she climbed up on the trapeze. Well, you want to hear how things are lined up, Dr. Hall?
Oh, yes, I would indeed. They tell me the tickets are selling rapidly, that we have cornered all the available faculty talent, and the production seems to be well in hand.
You've just given me my own report, sir. The talent is solid. Except for he slip. I'm sorry.
Well, I would suggest, Sidney, that we remember that the participants in this production are all volunteers, giving freely of their time and talents, and that we should accord them all the courtesy and consideration due them.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Hall. I almost forgot an old theater tradition. Never wrap a fellow performer except when necessary, and then try to remember why it is necessary. Now then, Mullins, report.
The meeting is called to order.
Mullins to headquarters. The band is rehearsing like crazy. The sets are ready, and we got a good show laid out in routine. Professor Dillard of the chemistry department, Magic Act. Kent in mathematics at Chalk Talk. Dr. Hall's secretary, Goodson, knife throwing, and...
Knife throwing? Oh, good heavens. And to think of the times I've turned my back to her after correcting her punctuation.
I think our knife throwing simplifies her work. I mean, she can pin up your speeches on the wall and cut 2,000 words out of them from across the room.
Well, what else, Sidney?
Well, then we've got you, Dr. Hall, doing the Three Blind Mice a la Kipling, and Mrs. Hall singing Alice's House, and every 10 minutes some new talent jumps out from behind a blackboard. Only one hitch. No MC.
Well, can't you master the ceremonies yourself, Sidney?
Well, yes, sir. But I think it would be better to keep it a faculty show. Well, how about you, Mrs. Hall?
Well, I'm going to sing, Sidney. You better get somebody who's nothing else to do.
Well, we'll work it out, said he, doubting it very much. Now then, most of the professors have classes this afternoon, but we can go over to the auditorium now and run through your numbers, huh? My car is outside, if you don't mind walking the last part, because half a mile is asking a lot of it. Get a load of Cecil B. DeMullins, folks. Let's have a little love, kids. Now, we want to run over a couple of numbers.
I'm afraid mine will sound as though it had been.
Had been what, dear?
Run over.
Nonsense. It's wonderful.
Oh, Mrs. Hall, how's about trying your song now, huh?
No, you're fine. I'm ready.
Oh, good. Okay, everybody, quiet, please. We're going to run over Mrs. Hall's number, Alice's House. Hank, how about an introduction? And keep it bouncing and bright.
Folks, okay, break it up. No more rehearsal. The show's off. Everybody go home.
Why, Officer Grogan.
What do you mean, no more rehearsal, Grogan? We just started.
Mrs. Hall, far be it from a mere cop to dispute the president's wife, but you just finished. It's orders. You gotta break it up.
Whose orders, Grogan?
The fire commissioner, of which, of whom... Which is it, Doc?
Well, I think you mean whom. Of whom what?
Of whom what, Mr. Clarence? Well, Chief Fire Commissioner. This building is held under violations 542, 756, 23, and 139 of Section B. Nothing affects it. Stage doors opening inward instead of outward. Smoking on stage, untested extinguishers, and no fireman requested to stand by during rehearsals. I'm sorry, but I got my orders.
Well, Grogan, you, an old vaudeville performer, I thought you loved the theater.
I do, ma'am, and I also love to eat. To eat, I gotta work. To work, I gotta obey orders. I got orders to close up the show. So, QED, as the saying goes, Grogan follows orders.
But, Grogan, we can fill the extinguishers, we can change the doors, we can get a fireman to stand by, we can enforce the no-smoking ordinance on the stage.
Yeah, and we can hang Mr. Wellman up by his thumbs.
Excuse me, folks.
Yes, Sidney.
Grogan? None of McGillicuddy and Grogan, old-time songs and new stolen jokes.
The same kid, but the title was Grogan and McGillicuddy, just to correct you. We played the Gesundheit.
Uncle Francis.
Uncle Francis.
Don't you remember me?
Well,
Little Sidney Mullins, the four flying Mullins, Roscoe, Mamie, Biggie, and Flip. And me, little Sidney. When I was only a year old, you used to sneak back to the dressing room and feed me barbecued pork and strawberry pop.
Well, no wonder vaudeville died.
Little Sidney Mullins.
Yes.
Well, it certainly is a small... Hey, your old man owes me $1 for laundry. Hibbing, Minnesota it was.
He told me, Uncle Francis. He told me if I ever saw you that here's the $1. And say, remember the soft shoe you used to do? This one? Huh?
Look, kid, look. It's no use playing on my sentiment. I got orders to close the show. You mean you remember that old number?
Could anyone ever forget it?
Hey, cut it out now. Look, I'm Grogan the cop. I got orders. Close the show.
Yes, but Grogan, you, as an administrative officer on this campus, you are qualified to participate.
Your talent, we need you.
Oh, please, Uncle Francis.
Oh, wait a minute. Hey, this Clarence Wellman now, he couldn't be the Wellman of Wellman and Fishnose that had to train Selak.
No, Grogan, I am sure this Mr. Wellman was never in show business.
In fact, he obviously dislikes show business and show people.
Oh, he does he? Hey, Sidney.
Yeah.
Give me that lead in again.
Right. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning. Nothing could be sweeter than to get right up and meet her in the morning.
I was by your house last night.
Why didn't you come in?
I didn't know where you lived.
No, Uncle Francis, please.
What's the matter?
It's a soft shoe, Uncle Francis, a soft shoe. You can't do it in those shoes.
Yeah, I guess you're right. These is cop shoes. These shoes are good on the beat, but the beat ain't right for these shoes. Well, I'll go right on home and get my old soft shoes on. Don't nobody go away now, and a bed till I get back.
Yeah, good. Okay. How about it, Mrs. Hall? You ready to do your number?
Always ready, Sidney. Drop of the hat, Cromwell, they used to call me.
Yes, we'd better get on with it before Mr. Wellman realizes we have captured his emissary and pays us a personal visit.
Oh, right, Dr. Hall. Okay, boys, okay. Fiddles under chins, knuckles on the frets. Ready for Mrs. Hall's number. Now, let's have a little quiet among the loungers, please. And stagehands, lay off the poker playing a while. Ready, everybody?
Oh, let's all go round to Alice's house. 'Cause Alice's house is like a palace is Alice's house. There's a carpet on the floor, a knocker on the door. I never had so many people knock at the door before. Free and easy. And when you get in, it's ever so go as you please. So let's all go round to Alice's house. 'Cause Alice's house is like a palace is Alice's house. Hello? Oh, darling.
Well, what does she want today?
Alice.
Well, what does she have to say?
She has a wonderful plan for us, a way to spend the day. She suggests we all go over to her house to play.
Well, is it a nice house?
Alice's?
Yes.
Why, Alice's. He's lost the palaces.
It is.
Well, let's all go round to Alice's house. 'Cause Alice's house is like a palace is Alice's house is house.
She says that Alice's house is like a palace of Alice's house is house.
There's a carpet on the floor, a knocker on the door. I never had so many people knock at the door before.
Before.
Nice and free and easy. And when you go in, it's ever so go as you please. So let's all go round to Alice's house. 'Cause Alice's house
is like a palace.
Is Alice's house.
Is like a palace.
Is Alice's house. Is like a palace. Is Alice's house.
Mrs. Hall, in 2 words, sensational.
Well, thank you, Sidney. It's been a long time since I've done that number.
Oh, you were wonderful, my darling. But you are always wonderful. And I am always saying so.
Oh, Toddy, this is so much fun. And to think that Mr. Wellman should be trying to...
Did I hear my name mentioned?
Mr. Wellman.
What's going on here?
I mean, why is it going on here? Where's Officer Grogan?
Oh, he went home to practice his soft shoe routine, Mr. Wellman.
Who are you, young man?
Mr. Wellman, Mr. Mullins.
Mr. Mullins, Mr. Wellman.
Afternoon, sir. Can I get you a chair? We're just going to try Dr. Hall's
No, you
number.
can't get me a chair. I mean, no, thank you. I'm not staying. And neither is anyone else. I said I was going to stop this, and by God... Where did you say Grogan went?
Home to practice out, Mr. Wellman. He's in the show. You were so thoughtful to think of sending him over.
I didn't send him over to join the show. I sent him over to stop it. The fire laws. Didn't he explain about that?
Well, yes, Mr. Wellman, he did. But we have promised to comply with all the obsolete regulations that you dug up.
This is treason. This is an outrage. When I sent Grogan over here to close up the show, he should have done it. Now I'll have to. All right, folks, get out. Pack up, go home, go away. There won't be any show. Go on now. This is the chairman of the Board of Governors speaking. Go home.
I wish you'd got here sooner, sir. I couldn't quiet him down like that.
Now, Mr. Wellman, just exactly what is your objection to this production?
I think it's a degrading spectacle, undermining the dignity of this college and making a laughingstock of our institution with this poltroonery.
I think the word you want is buffoonery, Mr. Wellman.
A poltroon is a man who raises poultry.
No, Senior Poltroon's a coward.
Oh, he raises cows. Oh, I guess
Will you please stop this nonsense? I am here to see that Ivy College is made a mock of. Not made, that is. I mean that we must not lower our standards to such a... What is it, Dr. Hall?
I didn't say anything, Mr. Wellman.
Oh, well, I thought you were about...
But I'd like to. I understand that your principal objection to this fundraising project, the Faculty Follies, is that it lacks dignity.
Precisely, and...
Then, if we could inject the right note of austerity, of quiet rectitude, of elegance and restraint, you might withdraw your objection.
Certainly, but you can't do it. How could you do it?
With you, Mr. Wellman.
Huh?
Look, sir, look. What we need in this fish fry is an MC.
Who's frying fish, Popeye?
Mr. Mullins means, Mr. Wellman, that the only thing lacking in this production is a master of ceremonies. Someone to introduce the acts with quiet dignity. Someone with a platform manner. With personality.
With charm.
With sparkle and wit. In short, Mr. Wellman, you.
You mean just because I have achieved a certain modicum of success as a speaker that I join you? Me?
Dignity, Mr. Wellman. We need it. You have it.
So can we get it?
This is certainly not what I came for. I mean, what is the purpose of this business?
Oh, it's a worthy one, Mr. Wellman. We are raising money so that the undergraduate Ivy players can afford to travel and compete dramatically with other colleges. It means a great deal to the college, publicity-wise, as well as for morale. And possibly for future endowments from those who recognize the interest we take in dramatic subjects.
Endowments?
Yes.
Publicity, morale, yeah, I see. Why didn't someone tell me what... I mean, well, let it never be said that Clarence Wellman never overlooked a possible endowment. Even a barely possible endowment. Well, what does an MC do in a thing like this?
Oh, an MC comes out and brings the acts on, you see. Wait, let me tell him, folks, please. Look, Mr. Wellman.
Yes, Millions?
Mullins, sir.
The endowments will be later, Mr. Wellman.
All right.
Go on, Sidney.
Thank you. For this production, sir, all you have to do is stand at the side of the proscenium.
That's over there.
Yes, with a big, bright spotlight on you.
Oh, yeah. And introduce the act. With your natural dignity and with a touch of humor, perhaps, just as though you were talking to your stockholders.
Stockholders don't like humor, Dr. Hall. They see you smiling, they think you're being tricky. Let them see tears in your eyes, and then they don't worry about watering the stock. I'll try to remember that. Yes.
That's exactly what we mean, Mr. Wellman. Look, let's try this for size. We're just going to run through Dr. Hall's number. You introduce it.
Of course, you'll have ample opportunity to write your own material, Mr.
I don't
Wellman.
need to write it. I think on my feet. What are you going to do?
3 blind mice, as Kipling would have written it.
You're on, Mr. Wellman.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was from the great Rudyard Kipling we learned about India. Through him, we know how the people of Calcutta dress, how the people of Bombay eat, and how the people of Burma shave. And now we will hear in the mysterious atmosphere of the East the familiar story of the 3 blind mice. Folks, our president, Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, with 3 blind mice, as Kipling might have written it. Take it, maestro.
Now, this is the tale of the 3 blind mice. As it's known from Madras to Cawnpore, from Hyderabad to Seringapatam, from Simla to Chandaragore. And ever they tell the tale anew as bond of our kith and kin of the 3 blind mice. And the sin and the price. And the tales that they paid it in. Reckless, rampant, raging they ran, for the 3 and blind. Hot on the track of Mohammed Din's wife, golden-skinned daughter of Ain. Wife to a farmer, a man of the hills, where the Khyber leads down to Lahore, and the slithering stride of the bitten snowslide is drowned in the bullet train's roar. Deep in the gloom of the shuddering grass, darkling the thickets amid, where the jungle old rolled fold on fold to hide the wrong she did. She who was wife to the man of the hills, with carving knife curving and keen, left 3 mice, and blind, with 3 pitiful stumps to show where their tails had been. And this is the tale of the 3 blind mice, as they tell it in Mandalay, where the dawn does all sorts of impossible things, and China's across the bay. Tell the tale anew as bond of our kith and kin of the 3 blind mice, and the sin, and the price, and the tales that they paid it in.
Superb.
Thank you, Vicky.
Oh, and Mr. Wellman, you were wonderful.
Yes. Oh, yes, your introduction gave me the inspiration I needed.
Mr. Wellman, for a man to come on cold turkey and hit one into the bleachers with sock yaks like that is not only 1 for the book, but 2 for the money and 3 for the show. This clam bake is 10,000 clams ahead as of 5 minutes ago.
Well, thank you, young man, for the compliment. I take it that was a compliment. I didn't quite understand. Oh, Dr. Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Tickets.
Tickets?
Yes, tickets. If I'm going to embassy at this show, I want some tickets. Family, friends, etc. Gee, what's the matter?
The tickets. There aren't any, Mr. Wellman.
I'm afraid we're sold out for the entire 3 days.
Then put it on another 3 days. My goodness, hasn't anyone around here any imagination, initiative? Well, look, let's print a lot of posters. Plaster the town, throw some handbills around. Run it 2 weeks if we have to. And another thing, I think if the fiddles were moved around back of the saxophones, and then let's have some more amber spots here, and then clean up the...
Surround us here today.
This production of The Halls of Ivy was broadcast with an actual audience present in the studio.
Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, the Sportsman, our guest star Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring Mel Blanc.
There's no business like show business like no business I know. Everything about it is appealing. Everything the traffic will allow. Nowhere could you get that happy feeling when you are stealing that extra bar. There's no people like show people. They smile when they are low. Yesterday they told you you would not go far. That night you open and there you are. Next day on your dressing room they've hung a star. Let's go on with the show. Even with a turkey that you know will fold, you may be stranded out in the cold. Still you wouldn't change it for a sack of gold. Let's go.
Hello, Joe. What do you know?
I just got back from a vaudeville show. Let's go on with the show.
There's plenty of excitement today in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. Mel's running the local community chess drive, which is having a big affair tonight in the local auditorium. Right now, he's being interviewed by Willie Murdoch, a reporter for the town newspaper.
Gee, Willie, it sure is nice of you to write a story about me.
Well, that's all right, Mel. Now, let me take some notes. Tell me something about yourself, Mel.
Oh, nothing ever happens to me.
Led a very interesting life. Then what happened to you, Mel?
Well, when I was 16, I went to work in a candy factory. I was in the chocolate-covered nougats department. I put in the news. You You see, somebody poured the chocolate, I put in the Noogs. Somebody poured the chocolate, I put in the Noogs. Then I was promoted.
Oh, yeah?
Somebody else put in the Noogs, and I poured the chocolate. Well, 1 year of that, and I developed a sweet tooth.
Mm-hmm.
Her name was Sadie, and I almost married her.
You almost married her?
Yes.
Had narrow escape from disaster. And then became a big executive in an oil company.
Hey, look, Willie, you're not taking down anything I say.
Mel, if I put the story in your way, who would buy the paper?
I would.
You would. Mel, who else is helping you on the community chest affair?
Well, there's my helper, Zuki.
Zuki?
Yeah, he's at Mr. Colby's house right now trying to round up some refreshment.
Well, what do you want, Zuki?
A case of soda, some ice cream. You got any chairs?
Sit down, Zuki. I'll be glad to help.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Colby. Hey, you know, this is a big job for Mel.
Yes, and I'm afraid it's too big for him. After all, Mel is just a little potato, but he is a sweet boy.
Yeah, he's kind of like a little sweet potato.
Well, what do you suppose Mel would like, Zuki?
Can you bake a cake?
Not very well, Zuki.
Oh, it's easy. You see, you take some flour. You take a quart of milk, You take it to the 2 eggs. You buy one in the bakery.
How would you like it if I brought some assorted pies?
I could go for that.
Oh, wait, here comes my daughter Betty.
I could go for that. I mean, I like pies.
Hello, Zuki.
Hello.
Well, you're all spruced up today, aren't you, Zuki?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to look good tonight.
Zuki, I never noticed it before, but you're handsome.
Hey, you know, Betty, you have a nice... well, I love you. You got a very cute little... I love your... Oh, South America, don't take it away.
Betty, Mel sends Zuki over for some refreshments for the community chest affair tonight.
Oh, gosh, Father, I have a whole box full of stuff I prepared. I meant to tell you about it.
Oh, gee, Betty, you're sweet. No wonder Mel is so crazy about you.
Is he really, Zuki?
Oh, yeah. Mel is so crazy about you that when he goes to sleep, he doesn't count sheep jumping over the fence. He counts you.
Zuki, you mean he counts me jumping over a fence?
Yeah. Last night he was counting, and all of a sudden he ran out for some bandages.
What was the matter?
He said you tripped. Thanks for everything. Oh, wait till you see the entertainment tonight.
Entertainment?
Yeah. We got a special guest coming to help us out. But I mustn't tell you who. You see, I wrote a play especially for the
occasion.
Thanks.
You wrote a play all by yourself?
Yeah, that's right, Betty.
Well, is it good?
Good? Oh, it's sensational. It's colossal. Wait till you hear it.
Tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Your romance will be a bursted bubble if you have that breath of trouble. Do you think you could be a victim of this breath of trouble? I mean, unpleasing breath? Why not be on your guard? Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, a full moon has brought a lovely evening to Mel Blanc's little town. Perfect weather for the community chest benefit, and everybody has turned out. Right now, Mel is milling through the crowd, greeting all his friends. Well, there he is now, talking to Mr. Cushing, the president of Mel's local lodge, the Ancient Order of Benevolent Zebras.
Hello, Mel. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Oh, greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
It's a wonderful party, Mel. Wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
I want you to meet my wife.
Ugga, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Say, Mel, the refreshments are wonderful.
Good.
All except that chocolate layer cake. That's terrible.
Oh, but Mr. Cushing...
It's almost impossible nowadays to get cement, and a woman has to use it to fill a cake.
Oh, but Mr. Cushing...
You know, I pity the poor guy that has to stand for that cooking day in and day out.
Mr. Cushing...
Who baked it, anyway?
Your wife.
Well, I gotta be going now. Ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo.
Hello, Mel.
Ugga. Hello, Mr. Brown. I'm glad you're here. How are you feeling?
Oh, not so good. I can't sleep tonight.
Drinking too much coffee?
No, I can't sleep on account of milk.
Well, gee, if you can't sleep on account of milk, why do you drink it?
Oh, I don't drink it. I deliver it.
Well, nice to see you, Mr. Brown. Excuse me now. I've got to start the entertainment. Oh, give me a fanfare, Victor. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank each and every one of you for coming here tonight. We're ready to start our show with Victor Miller and the Sportsmen playing and singing the hit songs from Annie, Get Your Gun.
Folks are dumb where we come from. They ain't had any learning. Still they're happy as can be, doing what comes naturally. Folks like us could never fuss with schools and books and learning. Still we come from A to Z, doing what comes naturally.
You don't have to know how to read or write
When you're out with the honey in the pale moonlight.
You don't have to come from a great big town.
Got to go picking berries in an evening gown.
That comes naturally. My uncle out in Texas can't even write his name. He signs his checks with excess, but they cash him just the same.
They're canceled.
Grandpa Dick was always sick, but never saw a doctor. He just died at 93, doing what comes naturally.
Say that falling in love is wonderful. It's wonderful, so they say. And with the moon up above, it's wonderful. It's wonderful, so they tell me. I can't recall who said it. I know I never read it. I only know they tell me that love is grand. The thing that's known as romance is wonderful, wonderful in every way. So they say.
Got no yacht, still I'm happy with what I got. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Sunshine gives me a lovely day. Furthermore, a mess of moonlight gives me the Milky Way. I got the sun, I got the moon, I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Yeah, with the sun in the morning and the moon in quite all right.
Thank you very much, boys. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a surprise for you. My assistant, Zuki, has written a special playlet for this occasion. It is his own amusing interpretation of the discovery of America in 1492 by Columbus. In this playlet, I am Columbus, and we have a very special guest who came here just to help us out in the play. So, here we go. Take it away, Victor.
It is the year 1492. Our hero Columbus and his weary men are approaching the shores of America. History is in the making.
Columbus, look, it's land. Still land.
Pardon me, I thought you said ham. How much can you act? So it is, land. Stand fast, men. We are approaching the shore.
Columbus, someone's coming over here. It looks like an Indian.
Yes. My. He looks ferocious. I'd better advance first and sound him out. Greetings, noble warrior. How do you do? Morning, sir. You are an Indian? By the shores of Gichigunya. Well, I look like Mickey Runya. But I thought that Indians wore feathers. You want an Indian or a chicken? Indian, you speak English very well.
That is most practical. You see, when I was born, I was very young.
How unique.
I was such an itsy-bitsy kiddie. Everybody came from miles around to look on my puss. Of course, the odds were against me. Because nobody could tell what I was.
Well, what happened?
And would you believe it? Till this very day, nobody discovered... Anyway, let's not waste any time. I'm an Indian, and I got a messenger, and I'm an Indian messenger, and I'm bumming the script up. I have a very big letter for you, sir.
A letter, huh? Say, what's that papoose on your back?
He handles the postcard.
What's your name, Indian?
Me? Ugh. Ugh.
And what's your name, little papoose?
Me, good Junior.
Little beaver. Redskin, can you find us a place to rest?
Are you kidding? It's impossible to find a wigwam these days. Are you a veteran?
A veteran? What's that?
That's a man who's looking for a place to live.
Well, anyway, Indian, can you tell where north is?
Most of course. It's very simple. You see, we Indians have a system. First, you put your finger up like this. Just like this. Then you wet the point like this. And as the wind is blowing from the east, you got to be careful you don't catch pneumonia. Because if you are catching pneumonia, you are going west, young man. And this means the north and the south will have nothing to do with you. Of course, this every Indian knows. You see what I mean?
Oh, sure.
Now explain it to me.
Well, anyway, you brought me a letter. What does it say?
White man must stop stealing Indians' land. Yours very truly, Iroquois Real Estate Company.
Well, Indian, go back to your chief and tell him we are here to stay.
Okay. But I warn you, if you are still here at 9 o'clock, we will make big war. Remember, the battle begins at 9 sharp. If I'm not back, go by yourself.
Vespuccio.
Yes, Columbus.
I'm afraid this is going to throw a terrible fear into the men. They're all worried.
Worried? Tell them not to lose their heads.
That's what they're worried about.
Hey, there, Bush.
Hey, wait a minute, Indy. You're not due back here until 9 o'clock.
I just came back to remind you we're on daylight saving time.
Columbus, what time is it?
It's 9 o'clock. Fill in our glass, drip, drip.
Columbus, this is no time to joke. The Indians are coming and the men are too afraid to fight.
Men, you can't let history down. The eyes of the world are upon us. In Spain, they're saying we're discoverers of a new nation. In England, they're saying we're men of iron. In France, they're calling us brave defenders of the world of tomorrow.
What are you here from, Brooklyn?
Stand back, everybody. It's the Indian.
Who's an Indian? I'm Jesse James.
You want to know something? You sound just like the Indian.
I feel like him, too.
Well, what do you want, Jesse James?
I came here to help you build a railroad.
Why are you so interested in building a railroad?
I got the hold-up concession.
Look out, the Indians are shooting.
That's very funny. That's very funny.
What's very funny?
There were no guns in 1492, were there?
Say, you're right. They used a bow and arrow.
That's better.
Up! They got me. They got me. Gosh, one tip and it hit you in 5 places.
It's something new. An atomic arrow. Oh, I'm dying. Partner, I'm dying.
You're dying?
I'm dying. I'm going to join Cleopatra. I'm going to join Salome. I'm going to join Madame Pompadour.
But you're dying. What are you so happy about?
Silly boy.
Mel, because of you, the community chest benefit tonight was a tremendous success. You were wonderful, darling.
Well, Zuki had a lot to do with this. His play was really fun. And, Betty, you were swell to help, too.
Oh, I was glad to help, Mel, and so was everybody else.
Gosh, I'm awfully glad. It's wonderful when people help each other out. That's what the community chest is for. Remember, folks, don't give till it hurts. Give till you feel good. Good night, folks.
Ladies and
Von Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Style Theater, ladies and gentlemen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast invite you to spend the next 30 minutes with Fred Allen, Charles Laughton, the Andrews Sisters, Arthur Godfrey, Portland Hopper, and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. And here he is, back from his vacation, the man his creditors have been waiting for, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight, the Texaco Star Theater opens its fall season with a brand new program. We have all new...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. Well, you look nice and relaxed. Tell me, did you have a good vacation?
Yes, Mama and I were at the beach all summer.
Oh, the beach? You had a cabana at Long Beach?
No, we had an umbrella at Coney Island.
Well, how was Mr. Goodman's not laughing as loud as this season. Tell me, how was Coney Island this summer, Portland? Any different?
Yes. This year, the mosquitoes were patriotic.
You mean they only stung soldiers?
No. When the mosquitoes took your blood this summer, they flew to a Red Cross blood bank with it.
Oh, they did. Well, I'll have to get going, Portland. You know, our program isn't an hour anymore. It's only 30 minutes now.
It's cut in half?
Yes, the sponsor got the idea from the Reader's Digest. Say, you know who else is back on the air tonight?
You mean Jack Benny?
Did you hear his show tonight? It sounded as though they started out to have a clam bake and the clam didn't show up. Did you hear those crow gags?
Have you got all new jokes tonight?
Well, I did have a whole new show, Portland. I had all new actors signed up, and then that Henry Kaiser came to New York and started hiring people.
Did your actors quit?
Well, you know how radio actors are. Show them a job in a shipyard and they're gone. Who can compete with 80 cents an hour? I mean...
But how can you put on a program with no actors?
Look, I'll get actors. I put an ad in the New York Times just 10 minutes ago. Say, you can't beat that Times for advertising. We're getting action already. Come in.
Fred Allen?
Yes?
We've seen your ad in the Times.
Oh, fine.
You're starting a new radio show?
That's right. Are you boys a floating Fred Allen fan club?
Yeah. We're Mendelssohn and Brahms. Melodies wrote to order. You name it, we'll steal it.
You're songwriters?
Specializing in swing.
Well, what songs have you written?
I got a girl in Kankakee.
Well, you mean I've got a girl in Kalamazoo.
She moved. We also write theme songs. We got one for you.
Well, who asked you to write a Texaco theme song?
We took a chance.
Oh.
This song will be bigger than I left my hat at the stage door canteen.
Well, what is this Texaco gem of yours?
T is for your tank, just made to hold it. E is for your engine, that it primes. X is for the extra miles per gallon. A is just a letter, but it rhymes. C is for the chief, both sky and fire. O is for its octane content high. Put them all together, They spell Texaco, whoa, whoa, whoa. The gas that every motorist should buy. It's Texaco.
Well, how was that, huh? Fine, that was fine, boys.
Is the song in?
Well, you'll hear from me, boys.
We should live so long. So long.
Well, thanks to that Times ad, Portland, I now have a theme song.
Now, if you only had some actors, you could start the program.
Say, that's right, too. Where can I get some actors?
Your cry is heard, still your plea. Falstaff's here with fiddle-dee-dee. The Tony Wands of tomorrow at your service.
Well, I'm sorry, Falstaff. I can't use you. You see, I'm having a whole new program this year.
I have oodles of new poems.
New poems won't help, I'm afraid. I need new faces.
Have you heard, when she called me fragrant Malcolm, I knew she smelled my talcum?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or the bathtub said to the faucet, did that drip come in with you?
No, I haven't heard that either.
Put down that live wire, Mother. Sparks are coming out of your bustle.
Now, wait. That has positively done it. That is the priority on the last straw. Now, Falstaff, I'm starting a new show. I'm trying to keep abreast of the time.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem. A poem the entire country should heed.
What is your poem called?
This and That Concerning Fat.
Oh, fat? Well, how does your fat conservation poem go?
My little niece is saving Greece to help defeat the Japs. To help defeat the Nazis, she's collecting bacon scraps.
Yes?
The drippings from each mutton roast she knows make ammunition. The donut that my niece collects may bomb a Jap position. You, too, should save your fatty waste, your butter, lard, and suet. If my little niece can save her grease, surely you can do it. When the Axis time at last has come, and the world's restored to peace, the day that Hitler's goose is cooked, my little niece will save the grease.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Portland.
3 girls who saw your ad in the Times just sent in this card.
This card? Why, the Andrews sisters. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a treat to have you meet the Universal Picture stars and the current sensation at the Paramount Theater, the Andrews sisters. Now, their audition song is Pennsylvania Polka.
Strike up the music, the band has begun. So Pennsylvania Polka. Pick out your partner and join in the fun. So Pennsylvania Polka. It started in Scranton, it's now #1. It's bound to entertain ya. Everybody has a mania to do the polka from Pennsylvania. While they're dancing, everybody's cares quickly gone. Sweet romancing, this goes on and on until the dawn. They're so carefree, gay with laughter, happy as can be. They stop to have a beer, then the crowd begins to cheer. They kiss, and then they stop to kiss again. Strike up the music, the band has begun. So Pennsylvania, pick your partner, so Pennsylvania, everybody has a mania to do the polka from Pennsylvania. While they're dancing all around, everybody cares how quickly gone. Sweet romancing, this goes on and on until the dawn. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Gay with laughter, the happiest can be. They stop to have a beer, then the crowd begins to cheer. They kiss, and then they stop to kiss again.
girls. Say, they were swell, weren't they, Portland?
Yes, the show is going great.
Say, if I only had an announcer now, I'd be all set. Come in.
Is Mr. Allen here?
Why, I'm Fred Allen.
I saw your ad in the Times.
The Times? You don't look like a man who reads the Times.
No, I'm strictly a Joe Palooka man.
Well, I don't know if we can use another Palooka on this program, sir.
I ought to make a great radio announcer.
Well, what makes you think so?
I've tried everything else and failed.
What is your name, sir?
Godfrey. Arthur Godfrey.
Well, all right. You have a portable clack, I see. Well, all right, All right, Mr. Godfrey, I can use an announcer on the program. Now, here is one of our commercials. Would you mind reading this over?
I forgot to tell you, I can't read.
You want to be an announcer and you can't read?
Do you think it'll hold me back?
No, not on this program. I tell you what, you can put our message to motorists in your own words, Mr. Godfrey. You have some words of...
Because every mile you drive uses up a part of America's stockpile of rubber in the tires of your car. That's why Uncle Sam is asking us to drive only when we have to. And to keep that speedometer needle under 35. To save rubber and keep our cars in service for the transportation we must have. Because, brother, if you was careless today, you was going to be carless tomorrow.
Well, that's excellent, Mr. Godfrey, but this, after all, is the Texaco show. Could you work in a sly reference to Texaco dealers, could you?
Get a load of this, Fred. Your Texaco dealer is the man who can help you save rubber. When he checks the pressure and the condition of your tires regularly, not every once in a while, but regularly, those tires are going to last longer. And what's more, your car's going to last longer, too, when a Texaco dealer takes care of it. How am I doing? Mediocre?
No, but you're working up to it.
Well, how's this? Now, right now, when every mile counts in gasoline consumption, use your Texaco dealer's high-quality gasoline. Texaco Fire Chief or Premium Texaco Sky Chief.
And your parting shot, Mr. Godfrey?
Make a Texaco dealer your car warden. He'll help you care for your car for your country.
Mr. Godfrey, the job is yours. Mr. Goodman, will you stop the music, please? There's someone at the door. Come in. Yes?
I'm Charles Laughton.
Is there something on your mind, brother?
I saw your ad in the Times.
And you are looking for work, are you?
Yes, I thought if you had an opening.
What did you say your name was again, sir?
Laughton, Charles Laughton.
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Norton. We can't hire any stray actor who happens to come sniffing around here looking for work.
You mean to work for you, an actor has to be good?
Well, first he has to be cheap. That is first. Now, frankly, what is your rock-bottom salary, Mr. Norton?
I'll take an IOU every week, and Saturday nights you can toss me for it.
Well, that's fair enough. Now, if I hire you, Mr. Norton, you will stay with us, I hope. I'd hate to build you up, you know, and then have you lured away by Ma Perkins or Vic and Sade or some competitor.
Mr. Allen, I'll be with you indefinitely.
Oh, Class 4F, eh?
You're not exactly the commando type yourself.
Well, Mr. Norton...
If you don't mind, old boy, the name is Laughton.
Laughton? You're not Charles Laughton, the Hollywood movie star.
In the flesh, for I'm not overdoing it.
So you're Charles Laughton. Why, you're Portland's favorite actor, you and Slim Somerville. Say, Portland...
Yes?
Here's where we finally got our guest star. This is Mr. Charles Laughton.
Hello, Portland.
Gosh, Mr. Norton, you were wonderful in the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Thank you, Portland.
I see you're wearing it in front this year.
divest his sailcloth. Its belly's in the breeze.
Well, tell me, Mr. Laughton, what brings you to New York?
I'm on location for Uncle Sanford. I've been on tour selling war bonds.
Say, all of the movie stars seem to be pitching in to sell war bonds these days.
Yes, Fred. Hollywood's doing a great job.
Well, haven't a lot of Hollywood producers and executives given up their jobs to enlist?
Yes, one picture executive was president of so many companies it took him 3 hours to resign.
Say, he must have thrown hundreds of relatives out of work that way. You know, it's a funny thing. It's a funny. Now we must control ourselves, Mr. Business. You know, it's a funny thing. It's a funny thing about Hollywood. You know, lately I have been flooded with offers to make pictures.
I'm not surprised. With all of the good-looking men in the Army, they're taking anybody.
So that's it.
Yes, if you want to be a glamour boy these days, Fred, you've got to be a physical wreck.
Well, it looks as though Jack Benny will have a big year this year.
Yes, Jack has just completed 3 pictures.
Say, I heard about this last picture he's just finishing. Benny plays the part of a Republican who goes crazy. He spends all of his time in a fireplace talking back to the president. Was that a joke, Mr. Laughton?
Yes, I stoop to levity on occasion.
You didn't quite make it this time.
If you want to quibble, no.
Well, they tell me that Mr. Benny's 3 pictures are going to open the same night in New York, Chicago, and Hollywood, and that Benny is going to attend all of the openings.
How can Jack be in 3 places at once?
Well, he's sending his toupee to New York, his teeth to Chicago, and Hollywood gets what's left of Benny in person. A basket cake. But tell me, what else is new in Hollywood?
I wouldn't know, Fred. I live a sort of sheltered life out there.
You do, really? You don't reside in a stucco mansion?
No, my little bungalow is a happy combination of squalor and mock magnificence.
Oh, really?
I have a mid-Victorian hen house. I overpowered the architect before he was able to finish it.
Fortunately. You don't indulge in sports?
I played golf just once.
Golf? Well, what happened?
Oh, I went out to the links at the crack of dawn.
Yes.
I teed off.
Yes.
I made 1 hole.
Yes.
I made another hole.
Yes.
Then I covered up both holes and came home.
You were through with golf.
I sent my caddy back to his widowed mother and turned my niblick into the scrap drive.
Well, tell me, what do you do for excitement out in Hollywood?
Oh, some nights I sit around working on my taxidermy.
Oh, you do? You're a taxidermist?
Yes, my hobby is stuffing field mice.
Oh, stuffing field mice. Well, isn't it rather tiring?
It is a little bit strenuous, overtaking them, old boy.
But what? Too bad they didn't get away in this instance. But what other diversions intrigue you?
When I crave a rollicking evening, I take my tiddlywink set and go over to May Ropeson's.
Well, that sounds exciting.
Yes, I sit and tiddly and May sits and winks. At 10 o'clock, May rises and curtsies. I put on my white duck Inverness, blow May a lumbering kiss and leave.
Gad, that's living.
Yes. Life to me is the tilt of a buzzard's wing.
You're a born playboy.
I'm hotter than the rear axle of a Jeep.
I can imagine.
Enough about Hollywood, but what about this job in radio?
Radio? Radio? A man with your reputation?
Radio fascinates me, Fred. I'd like to be a star in one of those serial programs.
Serial programs? Why?
Well, Fred, things have been going too good for me. I'd like to have a little trouble for a change. If I was the star of a serial program, I'd have plenty of grief.
All right. Of course, first we'll have to get you in the mood, Mr. Laughton. You will have to suffer.
Can you make me feel miserable, Fred?
Well, I think so. Now, close your eyes.
They're closed.
Think of Victor Mature.
Victor Mature, yes.
Now, open your eyes.
All right.
And look at yourself.
Yes.
How do you feel?
Miserable.
Good. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Laughton gets his wish. Tonight he will star in a radio serial. And this masterpiece will go on immediately following Mr. Al Goodman's version of 1 Dozen Roses. Thank you, Mr. Goodman. That was very nice. Now, where's that new announcer? Mr. Godfrey.
Coming, Mr. Allen. Don't hurry me. 35's the limit, you know.
Now, how about another message from Texaco dealers, Mr. Godfrey?
Okay, here's an idea I got from an air raid warden I was talking to the other day. Would you believe it? That air raid warden's got a map that shows every danger point in his district.
Well, that's mighty interesting, but after all, what has that got to do with Texaco dealers?
Well, you see, your car warden, that's your Texaco dealer, has a map of danger points, too. Danger points in your car. That map is the lubrication chart he uses when he gives your car his famous Marfac 40-point lubrication service. He just doesn't give your car a couple of squirts with a grease gun. Your Texaco dealer works by chart. That service keeps friction from sabotaging your car.
Well, tell me, what does that Marfac mean?
Marfac? It's a super tough Texaco chassis lubricant that won't readily wash out, pound out, or squeeze out. And that's important these days. Make sure your car gets this protection. Get Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication from any Texaco dealer, coast to coast.
Well, thank you, Mr. Godfrey.
You're welcome.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present Mr. Charles Laughton in the popular radio serial, the real-life story of a man you might have passed on the street this afternoon. The tender human tale, Poor Old Charlie.
Just a song at twilight, when the lights are low.
And now, the makers of Mulligan's No Beef bring you Poor Old Charlie. You remember as we left Charlie yesterday, things looked mighty glum in Centerville. Charlie had just had a mysterious phone call from Midville telling him that the body he found in the dumbwaiter was not his Uncle Norris. Abner Titus, the town banker, had told Widow Prentice that the oil stock Charlie had been left by his cousin Luther had come back marked "No well." And the sheriff had threatened to arrest Charlie on the complaint of Myrtle Trent, the taxi dancer, who said that Charlie's nephew, Balsam Schmidlap, had disappeared after running up a bill for $189 at 10 cents a dance. Charlie's grandfather, Henry, who got his beard caught in the assembly line at the big airplane factory, came home with a propeller riveted to his head and his landing gear retracted. Well, in the kitchen with his wife, poor old Mary. Poor old Mary speaks.
Charlie, something's burning.
It's just me, Mary. I've got my leg caught in the oven.
Well, take it out. Smells like it's done.
I guess I'm getting absent-minded, Mary. Seems I'm always putting my leg in the oven.
Look at your toes.
5 clinkers.
Trouble, nothing but trouble.
Come in.
Charlie, I'm sorry to bring you bad news.
What's bad news, stranger?
I'm a truck driver. I just ran over your son, Charlie. I'm sorry.
Don't take it so hard, fellow. We have another son.
Thank heavens, Charlie. Goodbye.
We lose more kids that way.
Seems like we was just born to have trouble. What's that?
Oh, that's Grandpa Henry. He's moaning again.
What's the moaning about?
Well, he bet all his Social Security money on the Yankees.
Old fool, who told him to bet on the Yanks?
Grandpa Henry bet on the Yankees in the Civil War. He won. He's been betting the Yanks ever since.
Come in.
Charlie, I'm sorry to bring you bad news again.
You're that truck driver, ain't you?
Yes. You said you had another son, Charlie.
Yes, I got another son, Rollo.
You did have another son, Charlie.
You ain't run over Rollo.
I backed up.
Stranger, you gotta find another street to drive on.
Why, Charlie?
I'm fresh out of shucks.
Oh, trouble, nothing but trouble.
No furniture, no money, Grandpa Henry laying there moaning, no food.
If we was only cannibals, Charlie.
This is a meatless day, Mary. Besides, Grandpa Henry's mostly gristle.
I can't go without food much longer, Charlie.
There's only one man, Mary, who can put an end to all our troubles. Give me the phone. Hello, operator. Give me Centerville 123.
Hello?
Morton?
Yeah?
This is poor old Charlie. You've got to get us out of this, Morton. Mary and me have got more trouble than we can stand. You've got to help us.
I'll be right over, Charlie.
It's about time. He's the only man who can stop this misery.
Come in.
Charlie, I hate to bring you bad news.
The truck driver.
Are you back again?
Were you expecting a man? A fellow was running across the street towards your house.
Stranger, you didn't.
I ran over him, Charlie.
Our troubles are over, Mary.
Thanks to you, stranger, me and Charlie is free. No more trouble, no more misery.
Thanks to me?
Yes, you've killed the author of poor old Charlie.
Before we close up the Texaco Star Theater for tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you, Mr. Charles Laughton, for joining us here tonight.
I've enjoyed every minute of it, Fred.
You know, you've made such a success of your bond-selling tour, Mr. Laughton, that we don't want you to leave without making a sale here tonight.
Uncle Sam and I are always open for business.
Well, our little gang has gotten together, Mr. Laughton. Now, we have a check here, and as soon as the program is over, we'd like to do some bond business with you personally.
Oh, that's a very nice gesture, Fred, and thank you, folks.
Good night.
I feel pretty good. Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Laughton. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, our guest will be wee Bonnie Baker, and from Hollywood, Mr. Roland Young. This is Fred Allen saying good night for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, and reminding you to save your tires when you drive. Don't go over 35. Drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome.
Good night. This is the Columbia